Hey, Koshik. Great to see you at Systems Distributed over the weekend. Hey, thank you. Thank you very much. Well, you know what? So you saw the lightning talk, and now if you stick around, you get to see the extremely tedious work that you have to do to, implement the HTML spec. So, you can see, I don't know. Well, you know how things tend to be made more flashy and interesting. Like you get this impression that hides the reality of things. And in a sense, it's done on purpose, right? Like the lightning talk is on purpose, trying to show you like a picture that doesn't fully explain the tedium of working on it. So yeah, now you can have the full picture if you want. Hello, Beatwatcher, 3 Creepio. Hello. So I'm not gonna make tea, I think, because it's hot, and I need to figure out a way of engineering caffeine without heat. I haven't engineered that yet. Hey, Regalias. Hello. Okay. So let me think about it for a moment. I've announced. Oh yeah, that's what I was about to go and do, and then I got lost replying to people. A good thing that Luke did it. Also, my talk from Python, from PyCon, is out. Hopefully somebody from the Python community checks it out and finds it interesting enough. Anyway. Hey Arnau, just saw your talk, amazing. You mentioned that Zig is getting a lot of binary downloads and the S3's bill is very high. It's not very high yet. The S3 bill exists though, and it's a little bit annoying. I think right now it's like $600 a month. So it's like, it's fine. 0 is better than 600. But the point is that I guess the number right now is not a big deal. The point though is that, this price structure, this cost structure exists. It's a thing. And so it's something, yes, we use S3 plus CloudFront. In reality, if we wanted to be precise, I would say, I believe it's a CloudFront bill more than an S3 bill. We're gonna find a solution. If I have to be honest, I think that the reason why we are paying right now is in part laziness, in the sense that, well, I guess not laziness, prioritization, in the sense that I think at some point we can find one of the alternatives. Andrew was thinking of fully self-hosting these things. I think there could be an argument could be made for some other alternative to S3. I don't remember, like what was it called? There's another one, I think, from Cloudflare, R2, something like this, R4, I don't remember. In any case, we'll figure it out. But the point is that it's real. So if we were to run a package index for Zig, man, ridiculously reliable. Maybe. I think they actually, I don't remember what the acronym for the other service is precisely, but I believe it's based on S3. It's kind of like one letter ahead or before. I guess ahead it would be Q, right? No, it would be T. It would be T4, but it's not T4. I think it's R2. So what about stealing GitHub resources or a self-updating repo? So Andrew was telling me that GitHub releases doesn't allow you to put too many downloads on a release, like too many individual items that you can download from a release, or like some kind of size limit or something. But basically what he was saying is that no, we would not be able to put on a GitHub release all the binary releases that we have for Zig. So either you would have to choose a subset, but then you would start giving people like different download locations depending on when things are. Long story short, it's not like a full solution. Keep in mind, CI/CD jobs can break self-hosted stuff easily. You're better off staying in the cloud. Just so you know, right now, I believe almost all our CI jobs are self-hosted. Like right now, the only things that aren't self-hosted are like I think a website deployment job, maybe Intel macOS CI. So I think there are like a couple of those. Everything else is self-hosted, and so far it has been chugging along. When I know also another mind-blowing trick that we employ in our CI stuff, we don't have virtualization. So when a CI job runs, it doesn't spin up a Docker container first. It doesn't have to install a bunch of basic dependencies first, or load them from an image. It's just a process that runs on the server, and it does its stuff, and then it shuts down. And here's the so basically, we have some of these dependencies installed on the CI machine, and the thing can leverage those trivially. I'm not even 100% sure. I'm not 100% sure, but I also, if I remember correctly, there might even be some side effects that on purpose survive CI runs. It's if you will, it's a bit of a dangerous game, because obviously having CI start from scratch every single time helps with correctness. And yes, but if you're like even just if you're precise with what you're doing, there's actual real speed ups that you can get by not having to start every single time from scratch. So yeah. Oh yeah, okay, so you mean like basically I mean self-hosted binaries. Okay, so you're saying having people download stuff from your own bare metal server, like might go offline and people are gonna get angry, while cloud ideally goes down less. That's the idea. Reasonable. I would agree that's reasonable. There's also another thing that people are starting to set up, which is set up for GitHub Actions. By the way, for people watching, if you haven't done this yet, you might want to take a look at it. There's a new GitHub Action. It is pretty much the blessed GitHub Action for getting Zig. Let me see if I can find it. Not this one. This is the old one. I'm guessing it's this one. Yes, this one from mlag. So this one is the blessed setup git action, setup zig git action, GitHub action, and the one that you should use. LVM has 50 assets on its release, FYI. Oh god. I don't know. That Andrew lied to me. I don't know what to tell you, man. Holy shit, 1.32 gigs. I see. Well, you know what? Either he was wrong, or it might be a thing where maybe this is something that you unlock by being a paying organization or something along those lines. So, I don't know. Which, to be fair, I don't know. Maybe paying for something might not be a bad idea. I don't know though. But thank you for sharing this. Maybe this is something also that changed over time. In any case, the reason why I linked that action is because the other action was having trouble with caching, and so it would re-download Zig even when there was no need to re-download Zig. So this GitHub action should hopefully fix that. Okay. So I think we can start. I think we can start. Okay. So, what are we doing? By the way, I hope everybody's fine. I don't remember if I said hi to everybody. So, hello, Techatrix, in case I haven't. Hello, the Teufel. Hello, Squeak. Let's take a look. So, I have merged all the changes that I made while I was traveling. We build correctly. So we build, which is cool. Arono's end tag and missing add tag, so that's nice. Add the space, save, multi-lines, remove the space, go back to single line. Mix and match if you really have to. There you go. Yeah. I mean, this is weird. I don't know. You know what? Maybe this last behavior, I'm not sure. We're gonna leave it for like this for now, though. So this priori opens, this priori closes. PRE isn't subject to re-indentation. Well, it contents. Although somebody mentioned that the first line inside a PRE tag, like space before the first new line in a PRE tag gets ignored, which is something that I didn't know about. So we'll have to double check this against the HTML standard reference. The thing is, so here's what I was working on last. I was working on drum roll, parsing this. I was working on parsing the doc type tag. I think we caused an infinite loop in our thing. That's not good. That's not good, man. Oh no. To be fair, I left that code. Okay, to be fair, I left that code in a weird state. So like, probably want to reopen this. You just can't organize it. Oh no, this is fine. It's here that we want to take a look at things again, huh? So I left some things undone, so maybe this is why we're hitting this infinite loop. Like normally we shouldn't be hitting an infinite loop because pretty much every single state starts by trying to consume a character. So I think that liveness shouldn't be a problem. It's kind of trivial to guarantee that we're moving forward. Except, you know, if somebody, well, unless I, you know, wrote a state where it doesn't have like its contents yet. Well, this one panics, so this one is fine. But I think there might be another one that has that's like straight up missing some logic in its body, stuff like that. Like this one, for example, is this one is partially implemented for sure, because this one still has some cases that don't have like basically what I do is that I copy paste the entire section. So let's copy this link. So this is what we are trying to implement. So I guess we can continue from here. So long story short, the freaking doc type tag is cursed. There's a ton of different possibilities, and it sucks. I just received an email of somebody asking to chat about why Zig is the highest paying language to learn, according to the Stack Overflow from 1 year ago. So, does anybody here read lead dev? Does anybody know what it is? Need any lead dev readers in the chat? Can't say I've heard of that. Okay, let's go spelunking. Home of the engineering leadership. Learn effective engineering management and leadership. Are UK developers too risk averse? I don't know, man. Getting good at delivering bad news. Virtual events. But these are virtual. Wait, why do they have CDs in them if they're virtual? Wait, what? Dude, you're in... What? Okay, that does not look virtual to me. I also hope it's not virtual with a $1,200 ticket price. The heck? That looks like a very big event. Yeah, it's just a little sleep. Lead Dev New York events. September 4-5. The leadership conference for tech leads and engineering leaders. Interesting. Hey, Cyber Cyclonic. Hello. Welcome to the stream. 2023 videos. Digital access passes. Oh no, they're paywalled. Total budget of some of the Dungeons and Dragons events I've been to. Yeah, but listen, how much thought leadership is going on in your Dungeons and Dragons game? Like, how many database and message queues do you have in your Dungeons and Dragons events? Okay, let's see some titles. Technical vision versus technical strategy, the difference and why it matters. What is tech policy and how you can get involved? Some of the big ongoing tech policy debates and walks through ways you can get involved in the policy world. Combating the confidence gap, case studies in tech recruiting. How low level can you go? Andre explores how an understanding of the low level components of your systems can help you be that go-to engineer who solves those weird problems. Okay. Lower your stress and your team's stress by being ready for turnover. How successful hackathons increase belonging, decrease anxiety, and help people imagine new identities in tech. Influential storytelling. Good technical debt. Concise and effective. You know, I feel like these titles are okay. Obviously, you know, it could go either way. Like a good title could have like a very shitty talk behind it. A non so interesting title could have a great talk behind it. But I feel like these are all like high level talks, but they all seem reasonable. I could imagine a nice talk being behind and like with good learning, like good takeaways behind every one of these talks. Terraform practices to enable infrastructure scaling. And I mean, their point is that like I feel like they're delivering on their promise. It's for tech leads and engineering leaders, and that seems to fit the bill. Okay, so this is lead dev events. I'm sure it's great. Yeah, I mean, you know, it has to be $1,200 great. That's that's not easy, I would say. But yeah. And so they have like I don't know, thought leadership blog post angle to it. I mean, that seems reasonable. I don't know. Not necessarily the kind of stuff that I personally want to consume normally, but fine. You have 0 further articles remaining this month. Fuck. A recent blog post by Monzo founder something asks why the UK languishes behind the US when it comes to building technology businesses. He thinks he has found the answer. I wonder if Tech Lead himself will be there. I hate that guy. Man, that thing is wait, didn't he went from making questionable content to straight up scam people with some crypto shitcoin that he made? Was there any legal consequence of that? So Tom Blomfield, a partner at famed startup incubator Y Combinator and a successful founder himself, he's the former CEO of Monzo, asked in a recent blog post why the UK leads the way in academic research, does it? But languishes when it comes to building successful businesses off the back of that work. Undergraduates at top universities start companies at more than 5 times the rate of their British educated peers, he wrote. Dude, because the United States, it's a freaking battle royale. Like either you start running towards the weapon loot box crates as soon as you touch the ground, or you're gonna get mowed down by another team that run faster than you. That's why it's like that. And as much as the UK doesn't want, the British don't want to admit it, the UK is still Europe, and other things take precedence usually in Europe. Not to say that it's all good in Europe, obviously. Sometimes it would be nice for certain things to be, more for business, for there to be more business acumen behind certain enterprises, European enterprises. But I don't know, man. American ideal, British pessimism. Tail poppy syndrome. Change your mindset, change your story, ? Sharp elbows and stiff upper lips. What? There's a difference in mentality that can account for large parts of the gap between the UK and US, says somebody. This do or die mentality fosters continuing education. It's not a mentality. It's the do or die hard reality of the United States. Okay, we still have about 1 hour of making fun of the United States. Then the Americans are gonna hop on, and at that point, we will all behave and be nice Europeans and stop making fun of them. Okay. So the difference in attitude towards risk may stem from cultural gulfs. I don't know. It's also that sometimes, like, no, I don't think this. I don't think any of this is even remotely correct. Sure, culture plays a role, 100%, but that the point is that the United States has built infrastructure. The United States has a machine for pumping out tech startups, and some of it is, and it has a cultural component, but it has a huge component after that goes into like how many VCs are there, how many dinners they host to try and get people to start startups. The existence of Y Combinator, like the type of communication that they do. Like, this is not just cultural. In a sense, it's like, it's not like just, nationwide cultural traits. This is like they are building a culture for building startups, and unless you're able, unless you can do the same, then you're not going to be able to do it. Also, probably, you know, just the sheer amount of capital that comes out of Jeff Bezos' bank account. I don't remember the details, but like I remember chatting with somebody who basically was telling me that there's a lot of, you know, independent VCs that ultimately, one way or another, have a bunch of their funds come from something related to Jeff Bezos. So like even Redis Labs, that was in big indirect competition against AWS, still had a bunch of their financing rounds come from Jeff Bezos' money in the end. So at the end of the day, whether AWS or Redis Labs wins or loses, Jeff Bezos is like it's still gonna make money. I'm trivializing this a little bit. It's slightly more complicated than that, but yeah. Anyway, failure in the UK carries a stigma, whereas in the US, failure is seen as a valuable learning experience, which encourages. These are so boring and old talking points. Yeah, this is the same thing that everybody remembers, like repeats every single time. Is it even true? Is it even that true? Like, okay, you try a company and then it doesn't work out. Like, are the VCs not gonna give you money anymore at that point? I don't believe so. Like, even if in culturally in I don't know, in the UK, having a failed company is bad, the VCs are not gonna care. The VCs know what game they're playing, or either that or they're really fucking dumb. And I don't think they're really fucking dumb. I found this to be true personally in a lot of ways. Winter Squirrel, can you share a little bit more insight? You mean you're talking about like the fact that failure in the UK carries a stigma? Like, so have you started a startup and then had trouble, I don't know, raising funds afterwards? Or did you go from a startup to a non-startup company? Like, I guess my question is, were you trying to raise venture capital after the fact, after the first company? Or was this something different, like a bank loan? Or are we just talking about like, you know, people chatting and like, which I guess could reflect maybe in your ability to find other types of business partners or employees? You know what? Maybe I could see it from the angle of business partners and employees, because like you could say that, you know, maybe if failure carries a stigma, then an employee would say, oh, this is the guy from that company that failed. Yeah, I'm not gonna work for that guy. Fuck that guy. Thomas is saying, you're streaming in, we deserve it. Failure is only okay in the US if you have enough personal funds to bounce back. Take the Amazon founder Jeff Bezos, who has admitted to making billion-dollar mistakes in his career that helped improve his decision-making in the future. Could the UK founder afford to make similar mistakes? Bloomfield thinks things are starting to change, and that the flywheel that helps UK companies rapidly improve is starting to spin. Bezos committed a use zero. Oh man, he totally did. Although, you know what? We should look at what the emojis say. The emoji reactions might actually tell a different story than just losing $1 billion. Like saying that a mistake was worth $1 billion. Maybe the emojis would actually even flip that around from a mistake to a success. Well, let's see the concluding section. I agree with Tom's point that the flywheel is starting to spin, says Alan, but there are so many startup accelerators, co-working spaces, coaching programs, and community events designed to support founders. He points to companies like Bloomfield's former firm Monzo, accounting software like Free Agent, and payments company Wise, and recent British success stories. In those instances, success breeds success. Bloomfield's peers, Educate Fintech, Go Cardless, have gone on to build similar tech success stories, and a similar effect is starting to be seen with fintechs, Monzo, Revolut, and TransferWise. Okay. Seeing successful founders managing to break through glass ceilings should give the next generation of founders the confidence to overtake their US counterparts. A generation of graduates exposed to global community, largely thanks to tech, feel more comfortable pushing the boundary of what's possible, and maybe, just maybe, attitudes are starting to shift in the UK too, says Alan. I don't know, man. I feel like I've read so many articles that go through these same exact bullet points all the time. Maybe the exact examples change, maybe the location changes, but like, I don't know. There's also another aspect, like you want to start a startup in Italy, fine, you can do it. You will find a significantly lower number of people who are interested in doing that kind of stuff than in the US, probably. Like, not just like absolute number, which would be, you know, fair in terms of like the difference in absolute sizes, but also percentage wise, there's way more, you know, people are more horny for startups over there than around here. And like, I don't know, similarly, I guess, maybe related. Here, if you try to start a startup and you get a seed round, the seed round, it's gonna be, I don't know, it's not gonna be in the millions like in the United States. They just have more capital, but because there the machine is like it's a bigger startup pumping machine, so they can invest more money. So long story short, if you're from around here and you want to start a startup, guess what you're gonna do? You're gonna go where people are willing to give you more money for a smaller percentage of your startup. And also, I don't know, like being accepted by Y Combinator, it's cute, right? Oh, you can say that you're a Y Combinator startup. Every time I receive a spam email from a shitty company that wants my attention, if they are a startup combinator company, oh man, they will make sure that I know in the title. It's like you know, Scam Incorporated, open parentheses, YCS22 or something. they will make sure I know. So and then I will receive the most generic email that was clearly auto-generated by scraping GitHub, but that's a story for another day, I guess. Anyway, this was an interesting dive. So, big events. Holy shit, really big events. Wait, did all those people in that room pay $1,200 for the conference? Jesus Christ. Okay. What are the other... Oh, okay, sorry, because this is virtual events, and then there's events. Okay, cool. So London, New York, Berlin. Holy shit. Okay. Lead dev, leading eng, stuff plus. Okay. What is a U0? A U0 is a 0 byte wide unsigned integer. In Zig, you can create number types on the fly. So you could say that like, okay, let me type in a context where I'm actually supposed to be able to type. You can do const foo U250, I don't know, let's be funny. This is a U69 lamau. Sorry, not a string. So you can do this. You can also do this. A U0 is it's basically like doing this. And actually, to a U0, I think you can only give the value 0. But in any case, it's kind of like doing a void. It's like a numeric void. There are practical differences between the two that connect to how the Zig type system works. But there are no deep philosophical differences. It's just a thing that you happen to be able to do in Zig. That's it. End of story. Sometimes you have, for example, structs where the size of a field is parameterized based on some other properties. And so for some like extreme cases, you could basically, instead of having a if statement that says, well, if this, for example, number is so small that we want to toggle off the feature, this particular feature, like for example, you could have maybe, I don't know, like a system that counts things, and then you have two mechanisms. One that works up to sets of, I don't know, 1 million elements, and then once you get past 1 million elements, you switch to another system, but everything is in the same struct. So long story short, you could have something that basically uses metaprogramming to practically turn off a field. And U0 is one way of doing it. So basically you would create an integer type using comp time metaprogramming and type reflection to create an integer type of 0 bits. That's it. Nothing particularly mind-bending. Okay, you know instead what's mind-bending? The freaking doc type tag in HTML. That's mind-bending. Johnny, by the way, I've been working. I'm continuing the work. Now I got to the point where straight up copying link, docs, and everything else, and it's been going great. I've been doing this work bit by bit, and I don't know, it keeps working well. So, okay, let's recap a little bit. After doc type name. Okay, so we actually let's do the one before doc type name. What else do we got here? Doc type. Okay, so from doc type, I believe the doc type is okay. From doc type, let's ignore the EF case, not that interesting. So the idea is we found doc type, so now we are waiting for a name. If we find spaces, a space, we switch to before doc type name. If we find a closing bracket, reconsume in the before doc type name state. So we rewind our index, switch to before doc type name. L bracket keeps track of where our tag starts. By the way, if you end up wanting to implement name character references, you might be interested in... Oh, you have an implementation of this stuff? Oh, thank you, Squeak. Yeah, I'll look into it. I guess I'm not at that point yet. I'm not even sure I know what a name character reference is. That sounds scary. Are those like the ampersand stuff? Is it like ampersand, NBSP? Semicolon? That kind of thing? Oh, okay. Yeah, good question. Will I have to implement those? Yeah, good fucking question. I guess I will have to. I don't know. I guess we'll see once we get there. For skipping tags. Well, I guess the question is, will my HTML parser... Well, I guess it might be annoying for a user, right? And there might be some users that might be interested in obtaining, I don't know, the contents of a tag without the escaping. So, maybe we should provide that feature. I don't know, man. I guess I'll start with my own use cases and then we'll see from there. Okay, so greater than sign sounds good. Anything else? This is a missing white space before doc type name parse error. Yeah, missing white space, blah blah blah. Reconsume in the before doc type name state. So basically this is saying, oh, if you're missing a space, we'll assume that the doc type name starts now, but we'll also complain about it. So that sounds good. Before doc type, so this is where we basically found doc type, then hopefully a space, and then now we are grabbing the doc type name. Again, you have not that interesting, we can skip that. Ignore spaces. Right, this is the idea. This is the case where we saw previously one space, but now there can be more spaces. So we skip spaces. If there's a null, we complain about the null. If the thing closes, this is a missing doc type name parse error. So we return the doc type, or we also complain. To do it spec compliantly, it's more than just a simple map lookup. You effectively need a try. My repo is a DAFSA. What does DA stand for? So FSA is finite state automaton. What does DA do? Deterministic? No. In any case, which is a flattened try to save space, but still be just as fast. A flattened try. You mean a try where you... Deterministic acyclic, okay. I think I understand what you're saying. So that's a try where instead of branching on every character, well, having one node for every character. Oh, it's a try inside of an array, okay. So the entire try is inside an array, okay. Okay. Well, man, I'll definitely take a look. You know what? I'm opening the link so I don't forget. I will be happy to steal your code if that need arises. So that said, there are some things that I'm not doing in this parser right now because of what my use case is. So for example, there's a bunch of situations where the thing suggests to like do normalization. So for example, here you find a ASCII upper alpha character, and so you're supposed to make them lowercase. I don't do that because I can't. Like the way it's designed, my thing, it's like it can only give you like ranges over the pre-existing text. It doesn't have the ability of producing new text. So in some ways, this is not spec compliant, but because I'm just writing developer tooling, so it's fine. I think in my case, at least it has been fine up until now. Lots of details in the README, not important for now, just something to be aware of. Yeah. Thank you very much. Okay, so this seems fine. So basically, we find a character, we move to doc type name. In doc type name, if we find a space, then basically we know that the name ends there, and then we move to the after doc type name state. If we find a closing tag, we know that we're done with the entire tag, so we switch back to the data state and return a doc type token. Complain about null characters. If we find letters, we don't do anything. After doc type name. So this, okay, so now we're getting closer to the part that I haven't implemented yet. So we're done with the doc type name, but we haven't found a greater than sign yet. So we're still in the tag. There's still more shit. And so the thing is, if there's spaces, we skip them. If we find a closing tag, then yeah, we were actually fine. We just had some spaces in there. Then we are searching for either public or system or some other piece of garbage. So let's see. If the 6 characters from the current input character are an ASCII case-insensitive match for the word public, then consume those characters and switch to the after doc type public keyword state. Right, so this is after doc type public, and then there's also the same for system. And then otherwise, this is an invalid character sequence doc type. After doc type name parse error, set the current doc type tokens to force quirks flag to on, reconsume in the bogus doc type state. So we also have a bogus doc type state that we need to care about. So this switches to bogus doc type. This is doc type public. This is doc type system keyword. Oh, by the way, so this is what happened earlier that we were looping forever. We basically ended probably inside bogus doc type, and bogus doc type kept looping forever. That's what we were. That's what was happening probably. So, you know what? I'm kind of interested in taking a look at bogus doc type before maybe even returning to these two guys, because this guy I will have also to do with the other one. So, I mean, yeah, let's do bogus doc type. Bogus doc type. Let's go. Copy link. Oh man, and then we also have C freaking data. Okay. Oh, you might want to just... Oh, you're right. Problem is I changed some camera things. Should be fine now. I changed some camera things that made it harder to do this. By the way, hello, Delings. So what was it? Oh yeah, S beginning of string insert / space comma do. Okay, let's copy some structure from above. Okay. Let's do, well, okay, let's do the EOF shit first. So emit the doc type token, emit the, and then no file token, EOF. So no parse error, just the doc type. Oh yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. There you go. Okay. Oh, by the way, I also need to write a blog post about this thing of having ZLS give you good diagnostics. Keep forgetting. So we care about the greater than sign. We care about null. Anything else, ignore the character. So let's do this. Oops. Let's see. Hey Godwin, what is the HTML parser for? I'm writing an HTML LSP so that you can do this. Check this out. You get these errors from your editor. This right now is Helix, but I'm writing a language server, so you can use this thing with whatever you want, also VS Code, for example. This is the idea. It tells you when you have tags that don't match, tells you when you're doing things that you shouldn't be doing. It tells you when, you know, for example, if you write this, that's an incorrectly opened comment HTML error. I'm not making the errors up myself, mostly. They are mostly coming from the spec. This is an unexpected no-character parse error. Ignore the character. Oh god. Well, we can't exactly ignore the character. We can only... we basically have to make it part of what's going on. And I think that's fine. So Godwin says beautiful on YouTube. Well, here's a funny thing, Godwin. What editor do you use? What's your favorite text editor of choice? Sorry, that's redundant, huh? Isn't it? What's your text editor of choice then? Not your favorite one. VS Code. Okay. Try to do this in VS Code. Okay, I can tell you. So you don't need all these examples, but you just need this, like this idea, which is, you know, fairly obvious. You try to close something that was never open. You can make up a random name, or if you don't like the idea of a random name because it seems sus, you can try to close something that you never opened, like a form. Try to close a form in VS Code in an HTML file, and tell me what error does VS Code report. Make sure, obviously, to set your document to HTML mode. So, I don't know, save it as an HTML file. Tyler Barker. Totally enjoying Zed. Is it good? Are you using it with Zig? I know that it has Zig support, but I have yet to attempt using other editors. For now, I'm just sticking with Helix. It's good enough. It doesn't print anything. Yes, exactly. That's exactly the point. Can you imagine this? Can you imagine? It's 2024, and most text editors don't give you errors when you write wrong HTML. It's insane. And this is not even the end of it, man. I can even tell you more. I can even tell you more about this curse thing. So check this out. So I try to close poop. No complaints. Business as usual. But look at this. I have an open div that doesn't close, okay? But I'll tell you this. Unfortunately, this is fine. This is correct HTML because the div gets implicitly closed when when its parent closes. So unfortunately, this is fine for HTML. I will make it an error in my thing because my thing is for people editing HTML, and like you shouldn't be writing like if your tag is not closing, you forgot to close it. You're not doing it on purpose. Even though the HTML spec allows for it, nobody does it. Or, you know, if you're somebody who does it, then don't use my tool. Use somebody else's. Just stay with nothing. Good fucking luck. So check out what happens when we auto-format the document. So there should be, what is it? Shift P? No, Command P? Format? Command Shift P? Yes. Format document. Look, P goes inside the div. That's actually correct, right? Because the P is inside the div. Okay, here indentation is going a bit out of whack. But yeah, this is how it should be, right? Okay, check this out. If I do div slash, so I do a self-closing div, this in XML, what we wrote here in XML is a shortcut for this. So this and these are the same thing in XML. They are not the same thing in HTML. Apparently in HTML, this slash has no meaning. So the browser will still think that it's as if this was not there. So the browser will still think that your P element is inside this div. But guess what? Auto-format document and VS Code will make you think that P is now a sibling to div. It is not a sibling to div. It's actually still its child. So, no bueno. I would say no bueno. This is what you get out of the box. And by the way, it's not just VS Code. By the way, I'm not trying to single out VS Code and saying that it's a particularly bad editor. Most editors behave kind of that way. It's kind of the Wild West. Is there even the concept of wrong HTML? Yes, there is. So some things will kinda, you know, what would you call them? Degrade? I'll stick with degrade. So something that would mean something in HTML, if it's malformed enough, it will be then interpreted as text. But there are actually a lot of syntax errors in HTML. Browsers, though, as part of the spec, have a lot of recovery procedures for those. So your HTML might still be formally wrong, but the browser will still recover from it and try to make things work anyway. In my case, I don't do those. And on top of that, I am a little bit more restrictive also with other things, namely tags that don't close. Like I can trivially show you now. I don't know. A great example is let me see. I don't know. Like this div doesn't close. It will tell you missing end tag. How do I know that it's missing an end tag? Because at some point I'm closing. Where is it? By the way, here I'm not adding spaces for good indentation because this is a pre-array tag, and pre-tags cannot be indented without messing the contents. But basically, at some point we close the body. And as we close the body, the div is left unmatched, doesn't have a matching closing tag, and so we know to complain about it. Anyway. So we're doing the bogus doc type still. Greater than sign. Switch to the data state, emit the doc type token. Okay. Which is pretty much this. Except this is data. Okay, let's take a look at what we have in our doc type. So, hey, Cybercyclonic. Oh yeah, I made a ton of progress. Last time I was here, it was crashing. Hey, listen. Yeah, it was. But yeah, I got to a point where it's very comfortable. As far as I know, the thing you showed with divs, self-closing div, is even different between HTML and JSX TSX. Could be, but I mean, JSX and company They're just meant to look like HTML. They're not meant to be a one-to-one mapping. So, I mean, I guess where you're coming from, as in, yeah, I'm trying to write this roughly the same thing, and yeah, there's still even more differences. But you know what? That's kind of fine. Like the fact that your JSX has different rules, that's fine. I would argue that it is not fine that the editor gives you, you know, misleading indentation out of format, like through auto formatting, it gives you misleading indentation when you're using a plain HTML file. Like that, the thing that VS Code is doing, it's plain wrong. And like, it's not just wrong, it's misleading. That's what makes it even worse. So there's something that I don't like about this stuff, because we're in bogus doc type, and somewhere we need to change certain stuff. So because we are discovering the closing point just now. So I copy pasted some things that I should not have copy pasted, or rather they need to be fixed before they can be actually correct. And the same thing has to do also with the EOF, because some of these spans have to, like, we don't know yet the closing state of the span. So let's disassemble this stuff a little bit. Also, I think the bogus doc type, okay, bogus doc type accepts a doc type. The doc type has everything set except maybe extra or the closing things. So we need to fix these two things. And actually, now that I think about it, I don't think we even need to do this. Okay, let's do this. Var state equals state. So we copy state. We need to copy it because it's immutable, the original one. We want to modify it in state. We want to do state.span.end is self.idx. Force quirks equals true. This one does not say that we need. This one doesn't say anything about force quirks. Oh, this is interesting. So I guess we don't do anything to it. That's the only thing that we need to do then. And I believe that token doc type is the same type, right? Token doc type, and here doc type, it's doc type. So yeah, so we don't even need to recreate a new one. We can just pass state. Oh, and right, tag. I'm just gonna call it tag. There you go. Okay, so this is fine. And I think we need to do the same down here. We see the closing thing. Oops. We see the closing thing. We do the same. There you go. Tag here, we ignore the not character. Ignore anything else, ignore the character. Okay. Because we're inside bogus doc type. It's interesting, how are we not reporting this? Like we are not reporting that this doc type is bogus from this branch. I mean, to get to this branch, we have reported an error. Most probably. I believe that all the branches, the previous branches that led us here, were always reporting an error before getting into here. So I guess that's fine. But yeah, okay, so this seems okay now. Let's take a look at what leads us to bogus doc type. So we got to bogus doc type from, I believe, after doc type name at some point. After this, after that. Parse error, bogus doc type. Let's go. Yes, and as you can see, our span has a start set correctly, but end is set to 0 because we don't have it yet. Well, you could argue if this is good design, but it should be fine. The problem is extra stuff. Like this extra thing is something that I made up because I don't know what we want to preserve from the doc type, or rather how to preserve the extra stuff in the doc type, I guess. But you know what? Now that I think about it, we should probably, whenever we complete span, we should complete also extra, maybe. Probably not a bad idea. Let's go back to our bogus state. Problem is, where do we end extra though? Okay, you know what? I guess This should be like this. Which is optional. Oh shit, it's also optional. Huh. Also optional. That's annoying. Makes it harder for us to set it. You know what? Maybe we should say that it's not optional. It's always there, but it defaults to 0, 0. And being length is 0 means that it's absent. Yeah. Okay, this all seems reasonable, honestly. Okay, let's go back to after name and let's see what funny stuff we have from there. I've started using Z013 and I'm using SDL and I'm getting the error about a problem with the libc. I've already tried everything. Enable libc and SDL in the build file. Do you have any ideas? Are you using this? Are you using... So we have a build, we have a fork of SDL that has a build script. So this allows you to get SDL inside of a Zig project. I believe it doesn't have any binding. So then you would have to use the C definitions. Like you would have to import the header file, but at least with this you could be certain that the build process should work, and like this is being maintained actively. So let me send you a link to this. So one thing. Oh, you have VVVVV. Awesome. Yeah, I was also looking for something like this. Oh yeah, I saw VVVV being added. On your code base, repositories, VVVV. So this is an example where that shows how to. Yeah. Okay, so how to link all the SDL2 stuff. Okay. So this might be also something to take inspiration from. I think there's also an example where there's some actual Z code that uses this stuff that might be worth taking a look at, which is Andrew Tetris. Does it have an R in there as well? Oh yeah, there you go. So Andrew has a Tetris implementation, and let's see. Oh, there's no zone file. Never mind. I thought that he depended on SDL, but it does not. So I guess www like VVVVV is your best example of this. I wanted to show you like an example where somebody's also using SDL. Does anybody have an example of that? Where you can see also how SDL is being used, like in you know, the main game implementation. Maybe Andrew has an example of that. But Josh's game. Do you have a link to that? Oh, SDL Zig demo. Oh, that's nice. Wait, what? Huh? Man, you can get more useful than this, I guess, when it comes to checking out SDL. Updated 9 months ago. 9 months seems a long time. You know what? I'll link it, although maybe some minor thing might need to be fixed. So let's see. I want to know where this issue come from. So to know precisely your issue, we would have to see exactly what your build script looks like. So here's my recommendation. Go here. Go to zigit.dev and open a help thread and ask for help there. And maybe people will be able to tell you what the problem is. But the point is, like YouTube chat is not exactly the most comfortable medium for this kind of stuff. But if you ask in this forum, I'm sure you will find somebody to help. Like I don't know, maybe I could also help potentially, not guaranteed, but maybe. But I would need to learn more. You should see if VVVVV builds on your machine. Oh, that's another good point. Wait, oh wait, that's for me. Mac machine, that's not for the other person. I see. I can try. Well, there you go. Oh no. And worked first try. Good job. Good job packaging VVVV. Okay, so after doc type name, we were saying to do. We did the bogus stuff, so we're good with that for now. We're setting up extra correctly here. We're setting up extra correctly here. We're skipping though whether the extra is system public or whatnot. You know what? I'm thinking that we should increase the index only afterwards so that we set the start to where we are now. Next characters are ignore keys. So should this be -1 or not? It should be -1, I think. Yeah, I think extra should include system. Windows, macOS, easy to port. Linux is a pain in the ass. Okay, so we did one state. Let's do after doc type public keyword. So we found public. We found a space. Switch to the before doc type public identifier state. So I had these already implemented, but it was commented out probably because I don't have this implemented yet. And so I was getting an error. Yeah, this produces an error. Load the gorp. So missing doc type public identifier, parse error. Set force quirks to true. To do check. Yeah, no, I can tell you, bro, this is not correct. We need to do it. Here's what I would do. Var tag equals state. Tag dot force quirks equals true. Tag dot span dot end equals self dot idx. Tag dot span dot okay, so we set extra. Yes. No. No, if we are here, we should not be setting extra, right? Oh, you know what? The truth is we don't know. We actually don't know. Because we don't know what we do in the other cases, like whether we like consume something and stay in our current state. Oh, for example, quotation mark. This is a missing white space after doc name public keyboard parse error. Set the current doc type token public identifier to the empty string, not missing. Then switch to the doc type public identifier double quoted state. Jesus Christ. So no, this is also in theory switching to another state. Well, let's see what the other ones do. Do they also switch state or every time? Switch to another state. Anything else? Set the current doc type token to force quirks flag to on, reconsuming the bugs doc type state. Okay, so we are always switching pretty much. So what does that mean? That means that we should not have any extra in here because we only have extra starting from... Oh no, never mind. We do have extra. We have public at the very least for extra. That's for sure. Okay, never mind. Self.idx -1. There you go. Importing the Linux kernel. Dude, as long as you don't ask me to build the goddamn Linux kernel on my Mac, I'm not gonna do it. Oh well, actually, I guess we could build, I don't know, a Linux something. Would need more than the kernel, I guess, and then boot it in a virtual machine. But we would need a lot more stuff, I guess. Okay, so this is good. This is good. Let's see if it was EOF implemented correctly. This is an EOF in doc type error. Yep. Set the current doc types. Set the current doc types tokens force quirks flag to on. Again, here we should do var tag equals state. Force quirks equals true. There you go. Okay, now we need to do the quoting thing. Oh man, this is a missing white space. Set the current doc type tokens public identifier to the empty string, then switch to the doc type public identifier of coded state. Wait, wasn't it doing no force quirk stuff, right? No, it just says set the current doc type tokens public identifier to the empty string not missing, and then switch to the doc type public identifier double quoted state. Okay, this is This is all stuff that I find kind of weird. I don't know what that stuff should be for us. But I do think that so this says return token, but we also need to set the state. Doc type, public, identifier, DQ, double quoted. I don't know. Apparently there's a different type for single quoted. That's what it's in here, right? But let's see, anything else? This is a missing quote before doc type public identifier parse error. So the current doc type's token force quirks flag to on, reconsuming the bogus doc type. Okay, I think it's kind of like this one, right? I think this is what we want to take inspiration from. Yeah, good damn it. Okay, let's see. This is missing quote before doc type public identifier parse error. Jesus. Then set the current doc types tokens force quirks flag to on. I want to do this in this way. So var tag is state tag dot force quirks through tag dot span something ends. I don't think we have to set any end because there's nothing else that we need to set in here. Okay. Okay, so this state seems done. I still don't like how I was doing too many things manually previously. I want to refactor some of this stuff. So let's take a pass at the after doc type name. So here, for example, like I'm returning an entire doc type, like fully manually done. The heck? Nope. No, let's not do this. So this is a new F in doc type parse error. So current doc type tokens force quirks flag to on. Let's do this. We're after doc type name. We're still missing the end, right? What about extra? Do we touch extra? This is after doc type name. This is where we're finding these guys. So we can leave extra as it was, like empty, I guess. There's nothing there for us to do. So cool. And then we do this basically. Yeah, I think this is so much better. Okay. Oh man, I was also doing it here. This is so bad. This is so bad. Let's refactor all this stuff. So set the force quirks flag on. Then we want to set the end. Oh, here we're doing +1 on EOF. Interesting. I'm not sure that +1 makes sense. I think it's just IDX. What are you talking about? Like, we're already at the EOF. So here we put end. Oh, name row equals null. Interesting. Name row equals null. I guess it doesn't matter. This is probably also in op. Yeah, there you go. Okay. Yeah, this is much better. This is also not mutating our current state. Wait, in doc type name, what's our state actually? Oh shit. Okay, we don't have. Right. Okay, you know what? That's actually fair. What we were doing before, that was fair because we didn't have that thing yet. Okay, so this is fine. This is fine. This is actually fine. It's from after this that we need to change the way we do things, because from after doc type name, no, not even there. Okay. Oh shit. Oh shit. I was refactoring a bunch of stuff that I should not have been refactoring. God damn it. This is what? After doc type name, probably keyword. Okay, now this one is fine. Okay, this one is fine like this. Okay. So, I was being a little bit too aggressive with that refactoring. Linux kernel with translate C would be a big challenge too. Okay, so before doc type, public identifier. Do you have any recommendation for a distro, for a Linux distro that I can use for playing games as well? I currently dual boot and wanted to just stick to one OS. Good question. Honestly, I don't know. I think maybe people in chat might have better opinions than I do, because I still use Windows for playing games. I guess it also depends on what type of games you care about, because some, you know, I don't know, like you want to play multiplayer FPS games, you know, mostly Dota 2. Oh no. Oh no. I see. I have way too many hours on Dota 2. I stopped playing at some point, but it was like, you know, Alcoholists Anonymous, the kind of thing. I think that works on Linux though. Like that should not be a problem, right? On like I guess most distros. Let's say normal ones. Like I would imagine that you have like Ubuntu, Dota should work. Question mark. But yeah, honestly, I don't know. What I do know is that the Linux is not great of a platform for game devs, so they sometimes just don't publish on Linux because of how annoying it is. Although I think that the worst one is macOS, right? I guess Linux also has gotten a little bit better thanks to Valve. Torvalds doesn't even publish his Dive software on Linux because it's too hard. Linux doesn't allow some anti-cheats to work, so big names don't like that. Well, nah, I don't believe that's the case. As in, I think what happens is that some anti-cheats are very intrusive and they would have to do a bunch of coding also for Linux. And honestly, I would imagine that the most probable thing is that the people who make those anti-cheats don't even bother doing it for Linux. Like like my impression is that in general, just Linux is such a small part of the market that people just ignore it. Especially in cases where you have this anti-cheat stuff. Like macOS, I believe that is the most ignored because it's the most annoying and the smallest part of the market. So like you have to do a bunch of work, and then you have like 5 dudes buying your game for that platform. So, like, my point is, I would be surprised if you really have an anti-cheat that you cannot make work on Linux. That seems weird. Like, you could have, like, I don't know, a random, you know, kernel module with a bunch of, I'm sure, not privacy intrusive, I'm sure well-coded, I'm sure not full of bugs that other attackers could exploit to gain root access. And super well designed and lightweight code, but you can still do that, right? Just not worth it. And also, I imagine, you know, if you're somebody on Linux, it's like then you're more conscious, sensitive about this stuff. So you probably will not want to. Okay, so greater than sign, blah blah blah. Okay, we have to do apostrophe. I'm guessing it's gonna be pretty much the same thing here. This is a missing white space. Oh, look, we didn't even fix this. Missing white space after doc type public keyword. This is the same error. Oops. What I've heard is that some studios have some 1% download share to Linux, but like more than 20% support question share for Linux. Oh, that's something that I read also in the past. And that seems fair. That seems not surprising. So, yeah. Maybe Linux is not that small, but it's that annoying. But because the problem is that, right, stuff goes whack all the time on Linux. Everything is extremely inconsistent. So yeah. How did I get into Zig in the first place and subsequently become VP of community? I got into Zig because I used to work at Redis Labs. These fine gentlemen here. I guess I'll go to the .io website. Oh no, man. What did they do to my guy? No. 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 Oh. Decline all. See how fast feels. Look also what they done to the cube. Oh man, these people. So I used to work for this company, and I was a developer advocate there, and my job was to explain to people how to use Redis proficiently, and how to be more effective using it. Like when you're a developer advocate, I guess your role falls under marketing, but the point is that, like, I don't know, like I didn't care, people giving me their emails to try and sell them Redis licenses. That was not my job. I absolutely didn't care at all about that stuff. What I did care is, and again, it is still a function of marketing, but making people more effective using your product, ultimately it's fair. It's a fair thing that marketing does. It makes sense. It helps with sale in the long run, I guess. So as part of the things that I was doing, sometimes I was trying to tell people how to do interesting things with Redis itself. So let me find a talk that I kind of like, that I gave a long time ago. So I think this was Loris Crow and this NDC, and was one of the NDCs. I think it was this one. Yeah, I gave it twice, I think. And I think the better version of the two is the one that has fewer views, as one does, right? Actually, I don't remember. Let me see. This is so funny. Well, this one. I think this one was the better one. Okay, so basically, here's the idea of this one. I'll give you the short version of it. Basically, the idea is, I'm trying to see if I can find a I guess this is as good as it gets with the graph. So basically, the idea is this. You have a cache, you have something expensive in your system that to compute or fetch or whatever, and so you cache it usually. But sometimes, the cache, you reset the cache, or this thing expires after a while. Like after a while, you have to recompute it. So maybe it's a report, like a daily report. So you build it once a day, you can cache it, because it would be the same also building it again for the next 24 hours. But then after 24 hours, it expires. It's not useful anymore. So you delete it from the cache, or you let it expire. So here's what happens. If it's a popular thing also, that can be a problem, because you could have the situation where the item is not in your cache. You have two clients search for it at the same time. And I say two, but in certain situations where something is very popular, two means, I don't know, 200 clients all at the same time, boom, hitting the same thing. All 200 clients get a cache miss, and all 200 clients go and try and build the thing that wasn't in cache so that they can then put it in cache. So this causes the same work to be repeated 200 times, or however the number of clients you have. So what I was designing here was basically a system where you try to get something, but with a locking system, where basically if 200 clients all at the same time try to get the same missing thing, of all of those, only one, basically they all get a failure, but one gets a type of failure where they also being told to go and do the work, while the other ones don't. The other ones instead subscribe to PubSub and wait for that one client to be done recomputing the asset, put it back in cache, and then all the other 199 grab this stuff from cache. So this helps with cache stampedes. Like this thing that I just described, I believe it's called a stampede, or a thundering herd. I don't remember exactly which is which, but it's one of those problems that people have with caches. So some of my developer advocate work was actually doing this. And so here I was showing to people how it would work. I explained to them the general structure of the algorithm, how you fix it, how you make it work, and how that actually looks like memoization. And so long story short, I released like this library called Redis Memolock that implements this guess pattern, and so you can use it. So if you have a similar problem, then you can use this thing and you can avoid the problem that I just described. Long spoilers, this repository has been abandoned. In any case, that was one thing that I was doing. But another thing that I was doing was show people how to write Redis modules. So let's see, Redis modules. Redis modules are instead a completely different system where basically you can write in C, or actually in whatever you want. The only requirement is that you are able to output a dynamic library. So either an SO file or a dilib file on Linux, or a DLL on Windows, I guess, although Redis doesn't work on Windows, so that doesn't matter. But in any case, you write one of these bad boys, implement a Redis API, and now you can have your own data structures in Redis. And what's interesting about this is that, Redis isn't just giving you like syntax sugar for certain data types. Like the data type that you get, it has also the performance characteristics of that data type. Like there's a linked list, and that linked list will behave like a linked list. So very easy to append to, not as easy to navigate, blah, blah, blah. The usual stuff. Problem is, like Redis is written in C. I guess C would be like the quote unquote most native choice. But again, as long as you can implement something that knows the C ABI, you're fine. And in reality, and in fact, while I was trying to explain to people how to write Redis modules, I did it in C, and it wasn't the greatest of experiences. So in the end, I ended up looking for alternatives, and that made me stumble on Zig. So I found Zig this way from my Redis Labs job. Also before this awful rebranding, man, I'm sorry, but this rebranding is just not good. So this was in the past. So what else? Yeah, so I found Zig this way, and then during the pandemic, I started Zig. Then I started interacting more with the community, and then I started Zig Showtime. And if you go to my YouTube, search for Zig Showtime, you'll find my YouTube channel. Oh my god, what happened? What did I do? What? No, I don't. What's going on here, man? I did not want to do any of these things. Okay. Oh, it's because I pressed here and that got me to the admin page. Okay. So if you look at videos, let's see, oldest. That was the first episode. So the first episode would basically... Oh, this is just the announcement from Andrew. Okay. This was the first Showtime episode. So I started this completely on my own, and I got somebody to I got I got people to come and give talks. So the first two talks that I got were Benjamin Fang talking about writing emulators in Zig, and another one from Isaac Freund about his experience writing a Wayland compositor in Zig. He makes great points also because he also mentions Rust in his talk. So the thing is, this was a time where everybody, like the pandemic stuff had just started, and every single in-person event was moving online, but most of them were like going online in completely the wrong way. They were saying, "Oh yeah, you know what? Let's just do a Zoom call," and a lot of people were discussing. Like a lot of people were saying, "Oh, but no, why Zoom? It shouldn't be Zoom. It should be Slack. Why Slack? It shouldn't be Slack. It should be what's the very bad one from Cisco? Webex? No, WebEx." Then now that I think about it, really sounds like Webex. Oh, thank you, X. It's not that bad, but I feel like it's even more corporate than The other was Teams. Oh no, yes, I'm somewhere on Teams. But people were all complaining about the tool. The problem is the tool might make a difference for sure. If you ask people to use a type of tool that they are not used to, that's annoying. Some lend themselves for this kind of stuff better than others, for sure. BSS says Jitsi was the worst. So thankfully, I never had to put this to the test, but I can. It's not hard for me to believe you. But my point is that what I think these people were missing is that at that point, what you needed was not just worry about the tool. What you needed is to change the format. The format of an in-person meetup cannot be ported one-to-one to an online meetup. It's not going to work. Like the whole reason why your in-person meetup works in a certain way is because you're in person. And so if you and so basically the sweet spot between all the, you know, everybody's needs, everybody's availabilities, things that they can do that they don't want to do and everything else lends you to a specific combination that is strongly tied to the fact that you're going there in person. So a virtual meetup cannot be the same thing just online, because now all your equations are out of whack. And so that's why you need to think of a different format. And think of a different format isn't necessarily, you know, something earth-shattering. Even minor changes can make a difference, right? And if you think about it, for example, what happens usually with a meetup? A meetup usually is at the end of the day. Why? Because people have a job. A meetup usually maybe has like pizza and snacks there because that's a time where you're usually hungry. If for some reason a meetup was at another moment of the day, then that change could make snacks more or less important. So, long story short, I basically started Zisho Time as a online meetup thing, but I thought like the way I designed it was as an online show. So it has an opening sequence. And people didn't know that I was going to do this. So they were all very surprised. It's kind of campy. I've improved it a bunch since then. Oh my god, it's kind of cringe for me to watch my old intro. But that's how it started. And you know, like this was way better than nothing. And so I was acting as a show host, not just in a way that usually you don't do with in a way that usually don't do in in-person meetups. In in-person meetups, usually, you know, you have people running the you may pog now. You have people running the event, right? But they are not show hosts. And so that's how it continued up until, I don't know, up until this. Let's see what the intro looks like now. Wait, are we? Oh, we're already past the intro. So this is now what the intro looks like. As you can see, I got marginally better at these animations over time. Anyway, that's in general the idea. And so, okay, to conclude the story, basically around the time that all these things started, Andrew had created the Z Software Foundation. He was getting some donation money, but not a ton. I think I emailed him once to say that I liked Zig a lot. And I don't know, at some point he told me this discussion about joining him at the Z Software Foundation. He told me that he didn't, at the moment, he didn't have, like the money that he was getting from donations wasn't enough to also pay for my salary. And he said, well, that should be pretty much your job. Like, fine, get us enough money so that you can pay your own salary as a starting point. And if you do it successfully, great, you're on board. And if you can't, then this is how much money I have to spend on this experiment. And so that's going to be the end of it. And I guess the rest is history. So turned out that in the end, people were kind enough and interested in Zig enough to basically allow us to scale to to where we are now. Yeah. I actually found about Zig on your channel. Nice. And after that, developer voices. Oh, talking about developer voices. I recorded the second one. I don't know if it's going to be as good as the first one. I suspect that it's not going to get the same amount of attention. But I did record the second one with him. Chris is great. Chris is probably one of the best hosts that I've had the pleasure to interact with. The systems distributed event looks amazing. Could you share some takeaways? Sure. So the event was awesome. I have to say, when when companies have money to spend, they can put up pretty nice events. For software you can love, it's kind of hard because the money is what it is. Well, let me put it this way: when a company is running an event of this kind, so okay, I don't have full insight precisely on what it is that Tiger Beetle wants to achieve, but I can make educated guesses based on my experience and seeing that it's a database company. And it's trying to make a name for itself. So for Tiger Beetle, the conference doesn't necessarily even have to be a profitable event, right? For them, generating buzz around Tiger Beetle and becoming part of the online database, becoming part of the database community, being part of the discussion is more important than making money. That said, they don't have an infinite money glitch yet, so they also are bound by the rules, the laws of physics. But long story short, it was a nice event from that perspective. There were a lot of people very interested in databases and distributed systems. My impression, my read, I guess, which is, by the way, very tied to my personal experience. So what I saw was that there were three main types of talks. There were talks that were from people working in distributed systems or people working in distributed systems. So for example, somebody talking about testing methodologies for distributed systems, mainly databases. They were talking about deterministic simulations, that kind of stuff. It's not like you cannot do deterministic simulation for your web server, but chances are that your stuff is not important enough to even warrant that level of attention. Not for everybody. For some, it will be totally worth it. And if they don't do it, they're bad. But for most people, So that was some of it. Some of it was instead talks for people who use databases, who use, the basic infrastructure building blocks to build their own things. For example, one talk of that kind, which personally was my favorite, but again, it's because I see myself more of a user of databases than an implementer of databases. And again, databases, message queues, Kafkas, RabbitMQs, NATs, all that kind of stuff. My favorite talk was from Frank Denis. He gave a talk basically disassembling JWTs. That wasn't the entirety of it, but a good chunk of it was disassembling what a JWT is. This thing for people who maybe pronounce it differently, because he pronounced it jot. I'm talking about this stuff. So I call them JWTs. I don't know what other people call them. So these things, basically he broke down what these things are. According to Wiki, it's a jot. Okay, so he was right and I was wrong. What a surprise. I don't know. I'm still gonna call them JWTs. So he basically broke down what these things are, how they work, and says, well, you don't, like, if your point is signing a piece of data, you don't have to go through this system necessarily. It doesn't even take long. It doesn't take that long to engineer your own solution, not necessarily from scratch, right? But once you understand that this thing is the payload, this thing is the signature, this thing is a statement, blah, blah, blah. He makes a good job at breaking these things down in his talk. And so at the end of the talk, basically, I think I have a list of people that I would tie to a chair and force to watch this talk once a day, like, Clockwork Orange style, with prongs that prevent you from closing your eyes. Because way too many people use these things as a black box. they have no fucking clue about what they're doing, and they do the stupidest shit possible. I had ex-colleagues who tried to put a user's avatar inside JWT. So and like they basically use the JWTs as session storage, because I hope that people got wiser over time. But some people were thinking that, you know, oh, we put session data, like we put the entire user profile in their JWT, and so that we don't have to hit the database every time. And it's like, no, man, you sure you gain something on one side, but now you introduced so many problems that you will have to find clever solutions for, that and problems that you shouldn't have in the first place. So anyway, I have a list of people that I would force feed that talk to every single day, and to me that was like good medicine, forcing people to engage with this stuff in this way. At the end of the talk, so there was one guy in the audience that hadn't paid fully attention and asked a question, something along the lines, well, but the JWTs allow me to check this stuff offline without a database, which I get that means that this guy was also using JWTs for session storage. I was saying, well, if I don't do this, then without JWTs, how can I check stuff? In any case, the question wasn't the greatest, and like Frank said, at some point said, wait, did you not see these freaking slides? Which talk is what you mentioned? Let's see, up in the agenda, I guess. That was a second day talk. Rethinking authentication from Frank. So to me, this one the best talk. The other ones were also good. If I have to be honest, some I skipped, not because I necessarily thought they were bad, but because I really enjoyed the hallway talk, meaning I enjoyed chatting with people. You know, the talk you can always catch up later on YouTube. So unless it's like dead on, on that centered on what your main interest is, then it might not be a trade-off to catch the talk afterwards and instead chat with people in the meantime. So that was good too. Had also, there were a ton of Zig people there. People that I had yet to meet in person, or who were, more active in the Zig community, then kind of drifted away because, changing interests or whatever. And so there were two Zig Showtime speakers that it took me a while to recognize also. So there was also that. And I feel like overall it was a good event. So, sorry, I think I told you 2 or 3 types of talks. So, talks from database implementors. Well, this is infrastructure implementors for infrastructure implementors. Talks for users of these systems. And then I feel like the third kind was, in like both these talks, I would categorize as distributed talks, as in, in the systems distributed expression, they care more about distributed than they care about system. And then there were systems talks. So talks that were not about distributed systems, databases, replication, failover, consensus. They were instead about systems thinking. So for example, Andrew's talk was a systems thinking talk. So first talk, a systems-minded approach to creating a music player application. So he explains how he's working on his music player application, and like he made a point at some point where basically he explains why he decided to depend on the entirety of CPython in his music player. So his music player bundles an entire build of CPython, which, if you know Andrew, that's not a choice that you would see him likely make, because usually like for example, he was mentioning, so first part of the talk he explains how he wanted to kick out C++ from his code base and ended up re-implementing from scratch a music fingerprinting library and all the trouble that he had to go through to debug it. So C++ library, get out of here. But CPython interpreter, then one stays bundled in his system. Why? That's explained in the talk. Can we watch these talks online? Sure, in the near future. They're gonna be released. They're not out yet. So that was great. And then I gave a talk also, a lightning talk. I gave a lightning talk on the second day, asking people to donate to the Zigsoft Foundation. So I guess you'll be able to see it once it comes out. But spoilers, it's about my LSP. It's about my HTML LSP. So nothing crazy. So long story short, what do I think about the event? The event was great. I do wonder where they are going to take it, because I feel like at some point you probably will want. By the way, this is my thinking right now. These are questions that are in my head also as the organizer of another conference. So I don't know what their thinking was specifically, but what I have in my head is like the question of there's a very variety of different type of personas that right now they're aiming the conference at, and the problem is that when your thing is very wide, then in a sense, when you give something to one of these personas, something that they really like, you're not giving something that the other two personas really like. If you're making if you have like a talk focused on, I don't know, minutiae about how to write data structures on disk, fighting against, file systems, and how that it relates to your cluster's availability. Don't get me wrong, that can be an awesome freaking talk. But the general, full stack dev practitioner that comes in, who is more interested in instead, maybe design patterns like the one that I mentioned earlier with Redis, like let's avoid random caching issues, caching stampedes with this one weird trick. They will not be as interested. They will want something more like what I just described. But what I just described, like here's how you can combine locking primitives in Redis plus PubSub and avoid that problem. The guy who makes databases is not really going to be super interested about that either. So I guess the problem is what's your goal, and what happens when you want to keep variety, because variety is good in some ways, but it's problematic in others, right? You could say that over specializing, being like full fully centered on one of these personas might be limiting in some ways, but in others it might be that might be the kind of thing that helps you grow something more. Like if you think about it, think about YouTube channels. YouTube channels tend to be about one specific subject, and sometimes when the owner of a YouTube channel wants to branch out, they open a second channel for it, because being consistent has a value for them, has a value for the algorithm. But even setting aside how the Google algorithm works, that is true also for its audience. Like I'm sure there are like technical concerns with how the algorithm ends up picking or not picking your stuff. But even if the algorithm was flawless and perfectly accounted for that, I think you will still have secondary, potentially negative effects, simply for the fact that your audience knows you as something, and then branching out to something else, it's gonna be uncomfortable, and it's gonna be like it's a different audience potentially. So you have to build this different audience. So long story short, I wonder where the event will go. And I guess another aspect of it is like the type of speakers that you can get your hands on, because I mean, ultimately, as the organizer of an event, you're not giving the talks. Your speakers are giving the talks, and the speakers that you get access to, it's not quantity that you have perfect control over, obviously. Imagine going to a cookie channel and they are talking about changing radiation fluid. Yeah, exactly. That said, I am not a great example of this, because I for example, don't do a good job at, you know, being precise with my YouTube channel. Like Zig Showtime has a lot of things in it. So the live section has my live streams. The video section has Showtime episodes. Software You Can Love talks. Videos from me. They're all, I guess, they're not, it's not as big as cooking channel and changing radiator fluid. But you know, oh, you're looking for interesting Zig projects. Yeah, sometimes you will find that. You're interested in I don't know, more high-level Zig stuff. Sometimes you will find it, but some other times you will find also community building stuff. For example, the value of interactions is a video that I made talking about community building stuff. Like you're thinking of building a community, how should you moderate it? That's some takes in that sense. And then there's the Zig roadmap as well from Andrew. I don't know. So you know what? I'm saying that Tiger Beetle maybe will have to make a decision with those things, but I am not making a decision with about those things. I'm keeping my my, I don't know, video minestrone, which I was surprised to find out that apparently it's an Italian word that it's also used abroad. Maybe you will pronounce it minestrone, I don't know, but like the idea is that it's vegetable soup, right? Where the vegetable is usually not it's in chunks. Also, you can put pasta in it. Man, it is so good. Okay, so if there's one thing that you should take away from this entire stream, it's this. Forget systems distributed, forget Zig, forget technology. Or rather, forget software, computer technology. Let's talk about soup technology. So here's the plan. You make a soup. You don't put pasta in the soup right away. You make a big pot of soup, no pasta in it. Then you put pasta on demand. So you take, you scoop out some of that soup and you put it in a smaller pot for one meal. Your soup can last for multiple meals. So there's maybe some things that you should take into account, you know, to make sure it doesn't get moldy right away. So like put it in a fridge, that kind of stuff. I'm sure you and depending on the ingredients that you put in could last for longer or shorter. But in any case, let's say that it's gonna last you a couple meals. Then you want to put half of it into a separate pot and then cook the pasta in that soup. Then because if you put pasta in the main thing, then it's gonna get soggy and disgusting over time, and you don't want that. So you only basically want to put cook pasta in the amount that you're going to consume right away. Hopefully this is not like a mind-bending trick, but if you didn't know, now you know. Small extra effort, huge gains. And the thing is, because here's the idea, and this is where this becomes insane. Pasta in the big pot, you eat the first half and it's gonna be good. Then you leave the second half in the fridge or something, then you reheat it, and then once you reheat it and the pasta has become disgusting in it, it's like mushy, bleh. And that's annoying. That's actually, if you think about it, that's like a waste, because soup gets better over time. Like the second, if I had an option of all, like magically having all soup that I make be second day soup, like automatically, like it goes forward in time, I will always do it, because second day soup is always better, almost always better, I guess, than first day soup. So, so that means that if you do the pasta trick correctly, then the second serving on the next day, it's gonna eat so good, man. Okay, enough. Cooking stream in the future? maybe I should. So somebody was saying something about Mitchell earlier. Let's see. Did you also learn all this by building projects? I don't understand how you do it. I watching Ziggy Showtime on Ziggy Showtime. Yeah, stealing content like a boss. I studied computer science, then did a bunch of other work. I didn't learn stuff all at once. Like I mostly, you know what? I think my best recommendation would be to see if you can prioritize jobs that teach you things that you didn't know. Like when I accepted the Redis Labs job, I wasn't like particularly good at producing like blog posts or giving talks. I guess I was good enough to get started, but then I learned on the job how to do these things. Zig Showtime itself was also a way for me to gain more, hosting experience, be slightly less awkward as a host than I would be without any experience. So I would say you want to be deliberate in prioritizing things that allow you to practice over maybe things that even will pay you better. Sometimes, if you can afford it, right? That's not a choice that you always have the ability to make. Or if you have the ability to make it, that won't necessarily make it the best choice. But not forgetting about this dimension is what will over time lead you to, get better. Because you could find a job that pays well, but where you keep doing the same dumb stuff over and over and over, and that in a sense is a cost toward the future, right? Because if you instead do the things that force you to learn new things, then over time you could find jobs that are more like where you need to know a certain specialty that it's not immediately obvious to learn how to learn. And so losing money today might lead you to getting more money tomorrow. I don't have the exact equation in mind. I don't know if what I did actually will optimize for more money over time. Ultimately, I'm too dumb to really care, but yeah, that's something to think about. Please check out the latest issue on Mitchell's NixOS config GitHub repo and provide any solution if possible. Oh no. I can check it out, but man, I don't know. I'm a dumb user of Mitchell's stuff. Root password incorrect? Oh, what bootstrapping? Oh. Yeah, I don't know about this stuff. Sorry. He probably changed something over time. I remember that when I did this process, I removed all the rsync and encrypted like local files things from the process. Like I remember lightly editing some of the build scripts because yes, he had this thing where he has like his secrets somewhere and then he recovers them from that place. But obviously I don't have the same setup, so I nuked that part. But I don't have any precise recommendation other than maybe try to take a look at the makefile that fails and see if you think there's some steps that could be tweaked to just not do this stuff. Although, like for example, rsync. Oh no, this is rsyncing everything, so never mind. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'm waiting for the continuation of a series on Living Twitter. Well, well, it's going well. I mean, I don't know. I have it. I don't read it. You know what? What's funny is that occasionally I open it to see if somebody sent me a DM or something. Yeah, can I sign in? So, we have a special announcement. But here's the funny thing. I just don't care about it anymore. I sometimes see people like stressing and having these hot debates on Twitter. And you know what I feel now when I see that? I just cringe. I think, why are you even bothering? Like, why are you bothering? This medium is so garbage. Always was at that. But like, it's only good for advertisements. And now, if you're even adding interesting content, you're adding interesting content for Musk while he's busy doing all the dumbest shit on this thing. I don't know. I just feel like it's not worth it. So I just don't do it, and I don't care. And I keep using my simplex approach, and it's good. And honestly, I give the same treatment to Blue Sky and Mastodon. If you ask me, and again, this is clearly not the most well-informed opinion on these things, because my premise is that I don't want to use them because I think they're inherently shitty. But I do suspect that Mastodon, given what the little that I've seen, the Mastodon is basically where most people that have interesting things to say have moved to. That said, I think it's still not great. I think it's still shitty. So I don't care. So I feel like I reached the end of my social media saga. It was fun, not while it lasted, and now I'm writing my HTML parser. Now I'm back in my terminal writing an HTML parser in my cave. I fish and I forage all the food that I need. No need to contact society. Actually, no, I do contact society, not that society. That society sucks. We don't need it. And like, if you have the habit of scrolling those things, it's not hard to get rid of it. Like, uninstall the app from your phone. That will make it harder for you to scroll it, and all you have to do is find something else to scroll if you really have to scroll something. Install, I don't know, TikTok. Start scrolling TikTok. It's still brain rot, but at least it's brain rot that stresses you less, in my opinion. Like, just watch some, I don't know what's it called, I forget, somebody told me, Temple Run, the thing where the guy is running and collecting coins and whatever. Turns out doom scrolling isn't better when it's federated. Yeah, it turns out it's not. Yeah, so watch some damn skit on TikTok or something while you're sitting on the toilet. It's equally as mind-numbing and probably better for your mental health. Or just live in a place where it's blocked. What, you mean Twitter? You can just scroll github.com Explorer. I find Enter the Gungeon runs to be my brain off thing. Oh, that works. For me, when falling asleep, it's Super Mario Maker. I really relax watching Super Mario Maker. Okay, so we have after doc type system keyword. I suspect the system keyword will probably have the same exact behavior as public keyword, but I might be wrong, so we'll see. At some point, it has to diverge. Otherwise, these guys did an awful job at creating this spec. So let's see. After doc type public identifier state, between doc type public and system identifiers state. After doc type system keyword state. Okay. Man, this is just the freaking doc type. I hate this. After doc type system keyword. Let's see. After doc type system keyword. Okay. Switch to the before doc type system identifier state. Quotation mark. This is a missing white space after doc type system keyword. Oh god. It's the same. They just had system. Greater than sign. This is a doc type system and then missing doc type system identifier parse error. EOF in doc type. Anything else? This is a missing quote before doc type system identifier parse error. Set the current. It's the same exact thing. The only difference is that this switches to doc type system identifier. This one switches to doc type public identifier. I guess the question is, do those diverge then at some point? After doc type public keyword, before public identifier, before public identifier double quoted, public identifier single quoted, after doc type public identifier. Oh man, I'll just do things verbatim as the doc says. Maybe there's space for simplifying things, but at what cost? Okay, let's copy some of the logic. Usually I copy this. Okay, let's start with the space. Oh, you know what? I probably might even copy more than that. Before doc type system identifier. Let's see. I'm gonna copy quotation mark. Oh man, wait, this is apostrophe. Okay. Missing white space after doc type system keyword. Then switch to the doc type system identifier double quoted state. Jesus. Okay. Apostrophe. Probably the same. This is a missing white space after doc type system keyword. Set the current doc type tokens system identifier to the empty string not missing. Then switch to the doc type system identifier single quoted state. Oh my god. This is like single quoted. You know what? I'll do single and then double for the other one. Let's do double single. Okay. Whew, man. Okay. Greater than sign. This is a missing doc type system identifier. Parse error, set the current doc type tokens for squares to on. Switch to the data state, emit the current doc type token. Can even do it like this. Although the EOF stuff has to be checked. Set the current doc type token for squares select to on, emit the current doc type token, emit an end of file. Okay. Anything else? This is a missing quote before doc type blah 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 blah. Bet you that we can copy it from here. Missing quote before doc type system identifier. Set the current doc types token. Force quirks flag to on. Reconsume in the bogus doc type state. Yeah. Okay. So this seems implemented. Okay, let's go hand some errors. Okay, we are in doc type. Oh, right. The question is, what do we do with extra? Do we make it null or not? Do we make it null or not? Problem is, we want to make it not null so we can, you know what? Let's do it like this. Oh, I already did it. Okay, perfect. Next error. Same. Next error. Same. No field name force quirks, instruct HTML tokenizer, blah, 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 blah. Oh, shit. Oh, this is a redundant tag thing. No field name extra. You're right, because it's extra dot end. No field name public identifier double. Yeah, you're right. We need to go do this. Switch must have all possibilities. Yeah, you're right. Ah, man. Doc type name, after doc type public keyword, after doc type system keyword. I think we should keep adding stuff between there and the bogus doc type. So public identifier double, public identifier single, system identifier single, double, system identifier single. Jesus. Okay, let's go implement these. We still have more errors, but I guess I'll tackle them later. In the meantime, if anybody is watching and wants to I don't know, Zig questions, I am absolutely happy to answer any Zig question. Also, you know what? I kept complaining about Twitter, but there was an announcement from Ladybird. I'm actually kind of curious. Can I see that tweet again? Of course, Twitter doesn't want me to see the same thing again. Andreas Kling. 1 hour ago, we have a special announcement. Oh, there's a logo. Okay.
Well, hello, friends. My name is Chris Wanstroth, and I'm the co-founder and former CEO of GitHub. Today, I run an indie games publisher, Null Games, and I'm building...
Wait, okay, let's listen to this stuff at proper volume.
Well, hello, friends. My name is Chris Wanstroth, and I'm the co-founder and former CEO of GitHub. Today, I run an indie games publisher, Null Games, and I'm building a game creation platform codenamed, what else? Void. But that's not why I'm here. I'm here because Andreas Kling and I have teamed up to launch the Ladybird Browser Initiative, a 501c3 nonprofit focused on the development of the Ladybird browser.
Oh,
We'll
nice.
also be contributing to web standards and browser development education. The Ladybird browser is an independent open source browser engine created in just the last few years. It's unique because it's recently written from scratch. It's not a fork. As you may know, all the big web browsers today have been around for a while. They're either forks of each other or forks of something much older, or they're just different wrappers around the same technology. And every single one of them, all of them, is either powered by or funded by Google. No exceptions. Google and Chrome have been great for the web. As someone who became a professional web developer in the era of IE6, Internet Explorer 6, I feel this viscerally. My cohort has scar tissue
Yes.
and recurring nightmares about the IE6 days, the horror. So Chrome is great, but choice is also great. And today there's not a lot of choice. The world needs a community-powered browser engine free of corporate interest that's focused on putting people first above all. Now, a lot of folks will hear that and say, well, it's impossible to make a new browser engine and no one can beat Google Chrome. Well, we don't have to beat Google Chrome. We're not a startup. We don't have revenue or investors or shareholders. We just need to make something independent that people love using. That is worth doing. And as for whether it's impossible to build a new browser engine from scratch, they're already doing it. I believe in Andreas and the Ladybird community because seeing is believing. It's real. Now, it's going to take some time. Ladybird isn't even in an alpha state yet, but it's making progress, and it will get there. That's why, in addition to co-founding this nonprofit, my family has donated $1 million to Ladybird's development.
Nice.
As someone who supported Firefox's 1.0 campaign way back in 2004, I'm extremely excited to be part of what Andreas and the Ladybird community are creating. And I hope you'll support us in building an open, independent browser that supports you. Thank you. For more information, check out ladybird.org.
Nice. Oh, also notice the Land of Lisp book. Nice. So nice. Nice. Ladybird 501c3. Let's go. Okay. Curiosity satisfied. Thirst for knowledge quenched. They changed the cute ladybug. They did. Well, but the ladybug is from Serenity, right? Right. I don't know if that also was at some point the ladybird logo or not, but I mean, it's not ladybug, right? It's ladybird. So, it's fine. Why is there no pop count or CTZ for comp time int? BSS start. That is a good question. Well, how would you implement those? Let's say that I give you a comp time int of 5. What's the CTZ of that? I guess maybe pop count would work. Pop count gives you the number of 1 bits, right? CTZ is what? CTZ is the zeros, is it not? Well, I guess my point is that if you're counting, okay, let me double check what CTZ is exactly. Maybe I'm confusing it with other stuff. Also, can I have music in the meantime? Can I have music back? Let's see, CTZ. CTZ. Oh, sorry, music is very loud. Okay, music is back. Count the number of least significant zeros in an integer. Count training zeros. Oh, I see. So you could count training zeros. Yeah, that's fair. You're right. CLZ would make sense. Yeah. CLZ and pub count could. Given that they do make sense, I guess either there is a, well, let's see. If operand is a comp time known integer, the return type is comp time int. Otherwise, the return type is an unassigned integer. So looking at how it's defined and reasoning, so given that it passes a initial logic smell test, given that the description here also seems to be to account for comp time known stuff, I would guess maybe it's just not implemented and it should be. So maybe you could open an issue if this is something that you could use, and you think there's like a reasonable use cases for it. Maybe it is correct to open an issue for it. So it was intended, but it currently isn't. That is my guess. I cannot speak with full authority here because, well, I've not been part of any built-in discussion recently, like in terms of designing the built-ins. Occasionally, I do see something, maybe built-ins that relate to some other things, but like numerical stuff, I don't know. Haven't seen discussions about that. They happen. It's just that I personally have not been part of them. So I cannot speak with authority, but given the initial discussion that we had here, seems to make sense. So might be that they just are not implemented. Oh, wait a second. I did double single, but was I wrong in doing double single? Doc type public identifier single. Doc type system identifier double. Before doc type system identifier. Oh no. Oh no, I did this correct. Okay, so this is done correctly, but we also need another thing. Wait, dude. Come on, where's my music? I think the fact that there were two things at the same got the thing confused. Well, you know what you can do, BSS? If you have a comp time int, you can, as a workaround, as a temporary workaround, you can cast it to a view size type, for example, or like a big enough type that you can be confident won't be a problem, and then you can call CDZ on that. And I mean, you can do all of that still in a comp time block or in a comp time evaluation context, so that you are guaranteed to not have this stuff happen in runtime. Not optimal, sure, but as I said, as a workaround, could work. Or you can do the loop. I would suggest the casting before looping. Oh, so you have already the workaround. Nice. The alummen. Hello. Let's say I want to learn Zig by building. What can I build and put on my CV? Good question. I guess it depends on what you think would work better on your CV, right? If you're doing web dev, then you will care about web dev stuff. If you do, I don't know, game dev, then it will be different. If you do embedded, then it will be different again. So, I don't know. I would suggest, I think that learning Zig and finding something to put on your CV are things that they have conflicting goals, because the best thing to put on your CV is not necessarily the best thing to learn right now for you in Zig. So because I'm assuming that the way you phrased it is that you're you're getting started. So let me answer this question as two separate answers. So to get started, what I would recommend is take a look at Ziglings and the other learning materials. So go to ziglang.org, go to the learn section. In here, you will find a link to Ziglings. There's some exorcisms stuff. There's Zig Guide, which is kind of like the closest to a Zig book. And those will get you started. And really give a chance to Ziglings first. And if it's, too easy for you, then switch to something else. But otherwise, it's a good way of getting started without too much pain. Then Zig works best when it comes to implementing things where the details of how the thing is implemented matter. So, for example, you could implement some kind of data structure but it would have to be not just, oh, here's how I've implemented, I don't know, like a linked list or something, that has a linked list style interface. The point is like, how are you moving around the bits? I guess linked list is not particularly interesting, but like if you're implementing a trie, if you're implementing a hash map, all these things, like they're smaller things, like tiny nuanced things that you might care about more or less. Let's say that you're a web dev. Okay, so if you're a web dev, here's another idea. You could write a client for something. For example, you could write a Redis client or a SQL client, like a client for a SQL database. Those are like genuinely useful things that can help you learn better how, tools that you use communicate with your web services. And they can also be an interesting opportunity to get used to some lower level stuff. So that's another interesting one. Another one could be re-implement one of the usual CLI tools that people use. So try to re-implement, head, tail as a starting point. And if you want to do something more interesting, trying to re-implement grep, a subset of grep, and without necessarily the goal of being better than grep. But that's something that you could gain experience doing, for example. I would say that if you're a web dev, though, probably re-implementing a client for something could actually look good on your CV. Like implementing a Redis client from scratch. Shows that you know how to use Redis, most probably. Or, if it's not Redis, like maybe, I don't know, for your company uses something else, pick your poison. If your company uses Mongo, you know what? I would not do Mongo because it just sucks. But anything else, you'll probably be fine. What are the things in Zig that someone who masters Zig must know? And how would a senior dev use Zig? Is there different styles to using Zig? In theory... So I'll start answering your last question. In theory, no, there shouldn't be particularly different styles to using Zig. Obviously, different programmers will have different sensibilities, more knowledge of different areas, will be... let me put it this way. If you are somebody who makes certain kinds of mistake more often, then it would make sense for you to have more tests, like unit tests, that check for that kind of stuff than for somebody else. So I don't want to argue that everybody should have one unified style, because I do think that there are like real practical reasons for people to have differing styles. But at the same time, Zig as a language tries to make it so that there is a limited range of correct ways of doing things, of doing one thing. So, for example, if you see somebody using Zig as a functional language, they're doing it wrong. No discussion there. As for your other questions, what are the things that who has mastered Zig must know? Well, first of all, you should know what the language has to offer. So you should read the language reference linked up here. That tells you what's in the language. You should know what's in there. And the way you get started is like you scroll through it, like you read it, but maybe you don't focus. If you find something not immediately obvious, like know that take a mental note that it's there explained to you in the language reference, but continue reading. And over time, you will cover all of it. Like you will have, maybe, you see, enums work this way, but what I'm doing now doesn't require enums. So you scroll past it, but at some point, you will need enums. And so you reread it. And you know that enums are explained in the language reference. You reread the section and you learn more about enums. So that's one thing. Another thing is knowing what's in the standard library. The second one is a little bit more complicated, but it is important. It's complicated because the standard library is bigger and it's a moving target. Things go in and out of the standard library as new Zig releases come out. Technically, the same is true also for the language, but there's more variability in the standard library. And so there's that. So if you know the language reference, if you know the language and you know the standard library, I would say you're already in pretty good position. Then after that, you need to understand what is the system that you're targeting. So you need to know how compilation, linking, and things work in the ecosystem that you're building for. Let me give you an example. Let's say that you're doing WebAssembly. You need to know what a WebAssembly file kind of looks like, what goes, where it's used, how to provide, like the concept, for example, that WebAssembly has exports and imports, and you need to satisfy the imports, otherwise the thing is not going to work, and how that stuff works. If you're programming, native applications for your OS, you need to know what are the APIs that the OS offers for you to do stuff. So, for example, you want to do networking, then you need to know how to open a listening socket, for example, and etc., etc. So I would say somebody, if you want to be like a senior dev using Zig, then you need to be senior in the entirety of the ecosystem that you're programming in. So you need to know your context, and that goes past Zig the programming language. Zig the programming language is a tool for you to, ultimately, it's a tool for you to access a pre-existing platform. And you need to know the pre-existing platform to be a senior dev, I would imagine. So there's that. I started with Ziglings and Exorcism. After that, I implemented a brainfuck interpreter. Nice. Yeah, also parsers, like writing a parser, an interpreter, that kind of stuff can also be fun. Some people made a Game Boy emulator. That can also be a fun project. I heard that it's fun up until you have to do audio, and that's where most people stop. But you know what? There's no shame in that. If you're able to load, I don't know, Super Mario, and it works, great job. That would, like, being able to write a Game Boy emulator, that would be that's a great thing on your CV, that's for sure. Do you know Carla Simulator? Nope, never heard of it. I'm waiting to build a system that will fetch data from heterogeneous sources. An autonomous car. I don't know how to do it until now, but anyway. If you have a car, then you should tap into the CAN bus and then sniff from there. Carla Simulator. Open source simulator for autonomous driving research. Okay, interesting. Sorry, you know nothing about this stuff. I mean, I understand the general concept, but I know nothing about the specifics. Also, is this Python? It smells like Python. If this thing is Python, then going from Python to Zig, there are some hoops that you would have to jump through. I would recommend going with Python if that's what you're interested in. Honestly, I don't think that Zig will be useful for you until you know really well how to do the Python as well. Once you get to the point where you understand fully well how to use Carla from Python, and then you realize that there's a problem that you cannot solve with Python alone, then at that point maybe do consider reaching for Zig. But until then, just do Python. Easier. Because you just talk about web, I recently made a website with Byte. I don't know how people pronounce it, this thing. But the byte is triggered by build.zig, and the output website is included with a med file. Oh, nice. The output was a one-file web server. Neat. I'm writing Doom WAD files, top-down preview. Found one written in Python, but it takes 1 minute 30 seconds to generate a picture. It uses float field for some reason. Is this like Doom map file? What is where all the game assets level data is? So everything but the engine. Oh, I see. I see. So it's basically a Doom game on the Doom engine. So you could be... Okay. So I'm guessing then... Well, okay, how crazy can you get with your WAD? Like, is it like... Do you have like full modding capabilities? Like new weapons, new items, a menu for discussion with NPCs? Could you have that, or is it still like shooter but just like same things, just different assets? Pretty extensive. Okay, cool. Cool. Okay, let me do some work. It's time to indulge in the HTML spec. Doc type public identifier single double blah blah blah. Oh, there's also before doc type public identifier state. I think we should start with this one. Another question, is it possible to generate a transcript in PDF from audio on command line? Sure. Use the OpenAI APIs. Use the OpenAI APIs from a Python script. You will be able to upload the audio, download the transcription, and then you can use a second library to put your text inside of a PDF file. Or, I don't know, write it as a text file, TXT file, and then do TXT to PDF. So, like, I don't know, you can get more or less fancy with your text to PDF translation. But, like, the core, like, the hard part of what you're describing can be solved using the OpenAPI APIs. Yeah, make sure to fill out a TPS report. I know, man. It's so boring. It's so freaking boring. Also, I don't understand why they are making it so complicated. It's one stupid goddamn tag. Okay, ignore the character. Let's do EOF. This is an end. EOF in doctype parse errors. Set the current doctype tokens for quirks flag to on. Emit the current doctype token. Emit a random file token. Yeah, that's exactly what we were already doing before. So this works beautifully. Now we have to do this shit again. If you want to write it from scratch, is it possible? Sure, it is possible because those people did it before you. So certainly there are ways of achieving that. But through normal means, no, you will not be able to do better than them. So if you care about the quality of the end result, you should use their APIs. Text-to-speech, you can find tools on how to do text-to-speech, like from older research, but I believe that the new type of neural networks work much better than previous attempts. So if you want good stuff, go with OpenAPI. If you're like interested in it just for the sake of learning, I don't know, it's kind of a complicated field. So unless like you really have a ton of interest or a ton of energy, I don't know. It's a pretty deep rabbit hole. Much deeper than an HTML parser. Let's just put it that way. So let's see. Set the current doc type tokens public identifier to the empty string, then switch to the doc type public identifier double quoted state. Okay, it's the same thing as the one up here, basically. Almost the same thing. I'm gonna copy all of this and put a separator there. Let's see. Set the current doc type tokens public identifier to the empty string, then switch to the doc type public identifier double quoted state. So this is not an error because we are not missing white space. The white space was there, so this is good. So apostrophe, I guess, is the same thing except without the error. Switch to the doc type public identifier single quoted. Oh, yeah, public identifier. Yeah. So that also works. Let's see, greater than sign. Oh, it's the same thing. Okay, so it's the exact same thing. And same thing also here. Yeah, this is a very boring state. Okay. So this is before doc type public identifier. Before doc type public identifier. It's missing system identifier instead of public. Yeah, it does matter if that's the case. Yeah, you're right. Okay. Switch to the before doc type system identifier state. Wait, what am I looking at? After doc type system KW, so this is fine. Before doc type public identifier. Where do they? After doc type public keyword state. Man, okay, all these names that are vaguely close but different, but slightly different, are driving me insane. So, after doc type name. So here we have doc type name, after doc type name, after doc type public keyword, before public identifier. Okay, so it has all the public stuff right after. So what we were working on just right now was after doc type public keyword. No, it was the next one, right? Not even this one. It was this one. Okay, so I'm gonna move this guy above. And then we're gonna look at the thing that should be changed. So I'm gonna cut it. Okay, where did they put this? After doc type, public keyword state. After doc type public keyword. Here. Okay, and we were looking at, so this is fine, this is fine. This is not fine. Public. Yeah. Public. And that's it. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so we implemented this as well. Then there's doc type public identifier double quoted. Oh, it's doing all the public stuff. Wait. After doc type public. Oh, this is after. Okay. Oh my god, I'm going insane. I am going insane. So this is the one that we did after doc type keyword, right? And then before doc type public identifier. Yes. Okay. And then next is doc type public identifier, but the double quoted version. I guess these all go. So first is public and then it's system after. Okay. Let's copy some code over. Let's nuke the comments so they don't confuse us. Okay, let's see. EOF. This is an EOF. Yeah. Also, we're missing here a curly. Okay, this is an EOF in doc type parse error. Set the current doc type competence force works to true. Meet end of file. Okay. Okay, next. Quotation mark. You know what? I'll move the other ones below. Do you have anything for spaces and company? We don't. Okay, quotation mark. Switch to the after doc type. No, the comment's good. Okay, so we do this. Then now. Now is a unexpected null character parse error. Oh man, do I have one somewhere that I can copy, please? There we go. Okay, let's see. This is an unexpected non-character parse error. Append blah blah blah. I don't do the append stuff, so this is fine as is. Greater than sign. This is an abrupt doc type public identifier parse error. Set the current doc type tokens for quirks flag to on. Switch to the data state. Yes, I mean the current doc type token. Okay. I think we can find a similar error somewhere where we do something similar. Yeah, something like this. Okay. This is a abrupt doc type public identifier parse error. Set force quirks to on. Switch to the data state. Emit the current type token. Yes. So we're doing all of these things. Great. Anything else? Append the current input characters to the current doc type. So we don't care about spaces. And for us, appending to something means doing nothing. Okay, so this is it. I guess public identifier single is the same thing, except with a different quote here. Is that it? Let's see. Switch. Null is the same thing. Greater than is the same thing. EOF is the same thing. Anything else is the same thing. Okay, what I'm thinking is that we should collapse these two states. That said, we need to remember which is like if we should worry about this guy or the other one. So that is important. The problem is we don't have a bit where we save this information. It's so annoying. Oh, but you know what we can do? We can do this. We can totally do this. So here we can check basically. Oh, I guess we can check what the character is. We can say, look, if it's a quote and what are we switching on? Cephalostate state, right? Yeah. So if they match, basically, we're gonna say what? I guess we can say if they differ. Now, what's a good way of expressing this? Basically, if self the current is this. Hey Toggle! Oh man. Hello, hello everybody. Hello. Ron, I'll get to you in a moment. Don't worry. Hello everybody rating. So Toggle played a trick on you. He made your raid a HTML spec implementation stream. I am so sorry, but that's what we're doing here. I have the HTML spec open here in my browser, and I'm literally copy pasting parts of it as I implement them. My wife is going to mind if I don't put it up. Yeah. So yes, that's what we were doing. But okay. Don't leave. I have something to say in my defense. The reason why I'm doing this is so that we can have this. Check this out. I'm writing an HTML LSP. You write wrong HTML, and the thing tells you. The thing will tell you when your HTML is wrong. And now you might say, wait, what do you mean? Isn't there like a gazillion, billions of HTML LSPs? No, turns out that there aren't any. So check it out. If you open VS Code, and I double dare you to try this in your own VS Code, and you write and you do something like, you know what, I'm gonna close, not a div, I'm gonna close a form here. We never opened a form, but now we close it, and VS Code is like, fine, man, okay, I don't mind, nope, not a problem for me. And that's not how it should be, right? That's not how it should be. Like, this is the world's most popular editor, editing probably the world's most popular file format, whether you like it or not. And even then, it doesn't show you errors. It gets even worse. You want to know what makes it even worse? Check this out. You add a slash to a div. This is like a self-closing div. In XML, div, basically this and this are the same thing. But guess what? That's XML, or, well, also XHTML, but like that's XML thing. This is HTML. In HTML, browsers will ignore this slash. Browsers, it is spec, like the specification says that you should ignore this. So check this out. If I don't close this div, I leave it open. This, unfortunately, is valid HTML, because even if the div doesn't close, closing the body implicitly closes the div. And if I auto format, so Shift P, format document, VS Code will correctly state that P, this paragraph, is nested inside this div. But if I self-close the div and I format, then VS Code will suggest that this P is a sibling. It is not a sibling. For your browser, this P is still inside this div. So long story short, so the problem with this second example is that it's even misleading, but more in general, like, why aren't these freaking tools just giving you good errors? Check this out. So I don't close my foo, missing end tag. Yeah. I tried to close something that was never opened. Yeah, erroneous end tag. That's what I'm working on. Browsers don't obey the spec. I am sorry to say that actually they do. The spec says that you should ignore this slash, and browsers will ignore this slash. The spec also, well, from HTML5, before HTML5, it was a little bit the Wild West, but from HTML5, the spec even tells you how to recover from bad HTML. So browsers have a standardized way of recovering from malformed HTML. Some of the things that I'm ignoring here in this spec, because since I'm writing like an LSP, I don't have to implement everything that a browser would have to implement. But some of these things here even tell you how to recover. Like this document is huge and it's pretty much exhaustive. Do you plan to create a plugin for VS Code? Yes, I'm writing literally an LSP. So, you know, like a language server is designed to work on pretty much every editor that supports the protocol. So that would be NeoVim, Vim if you install an LSP, VS Code for sure, Sublime supports LSPs, Zed, I believe, supports LSPs. So, yeah. Browsers are... I don't know, guys, why you think the browsers ignore the spec. I don't believe they do. I believe that all browsers do follow the spec. Like, the spec even has... So, here's another funny thing that browsers actually have to implement. If you do this... So, if you do this weird thing where basically you open a B, open an I, then close the B, then close the I, the browser has... The spec has a well-defined way of handling this situation. There's like a literal algorithm for it. So I'm not doing it. Again, mine is an LSP designed to use from people that write HTML. So if you try to write this shit, I will complain. That seems reasonable. But I can tell you, this is all spec'd out. Oh, you know what? You shouldn't take it from me. Let's see the opinion from somebody who actually works on a browser. Let's do latest. For some reason, many people still believe the browsers need to include non-standard hacks in HTML parsing to display the web correctly. In reality, the HTML parsing spec is exhaustively detailed. If you implement it as described, you will have a web-compatible parser. Don't take it from me. Take it from the guy. Actually, you know what? You shouldn't even take it from him. You should open the HTML spec and read it. I know that you don't want to, but if you really want to know what's going on with HTML, read the spec. The current spec was derived from browser behavior, not the other way around. But it doesn't matter what the spec was derived from. I mean, that's fair. There are some choices that are definitely questionable and more about retrocompatibility than anything else, but it is exhaustively defined. It is the HTML5 spec. I was born in 1978. Unfortunately, browsers will ignore anything they don't understand and will interpret anything misleading syntax in a way you would not expect. But specs are not a fully described behavior of recovering. What do you mean? Dude, open the freaking file. You should open the freaking file. There's so many sections about recovering from states and what you should do in a given situation. Like all these things. Like, what do you do in this case? What do you do in this other case? Let me find the BI case. Let's see if search will work. Yeah, check this out. It will tell you. Misnested tags. Blah, blah, blah. And it tells you what you're supposed to do. All these things are spec'd out. Everything. Everything is spec'd out. Like, is there really no, murky corner case anywhere? I cannot tell that for sure. There might be still corners that are not, perfectly unambiguous. But there's a lot of stuff that it's really explained to you on how to do or not to do. So, yeah. And by the way, this is HTML5. I totally agree that this was not the case before then. In the past, it really was the Wild West, and maybe some of the current state of things is derived from what people ended up doing in the Wild West. But now it's all spec'd out. and it's a huge document. It's boring as shit. Oh man. Okay, let me find back my the section that I was looking at. In any case, you know, writing the parser is super boring, but writing the LSP is kind of fun. So, well, not writing, like having a functioning LSP is kind of fun. So check this out. I have basically implemented also auto indentation. So, for example, if you remove white space from the beginning of a tag, what you're communicating to the LSP is that you want auto formatting, assuming that you also have auto formatting turned on, is that you want like a tight fit. But instead, if you add a space, then it means that, well, you added a space. So now that there's a space, unless you're inside of a pre-tag, then, you know, now there's one space, adding extra space changes nothing. So that gets interpreted as requesting vertical alignment. You can do it also here. Add a space, that means that you want vertical alignment. Change your mind, remove the space from the opening tag to the first piece of content, and boom, you get tight auto formatting. Let's say that you have a div with a ton of tags, and at some point you want to align them vertically. You can do that. Add a space, save, boom, vertical alignment. Change your mind, you know, delete that one super extra long style attribute because you finally decided to put that stuff into a class. Yeah, remove white space from the last attribute, between the last attribute and the closing parenthesis, or diamond bracket, and boom, now on save you get vertical alignment. So this is cool stuff. I haven't implemented it yet, but I also want to add like you know, over definitions, that kind of stuff. Could be nice. Then why Gecko and Safari recover differently if everything is unlisted? For example, how to recover from a situation if one of the HTML is not supported. I think there are two questions here. The question number one is, what type of doc type are we looking at? Because HTML5 is specced out. And so if you have doc type HTML, then you get HTML5. But for example, if you don't have a doc type, or the doc type doesn't say HTML and it says something else. So if you're looking at an older file, for example, or in any case, one that doesn't specify HTML5, then browsers are not bound to this spec and they will do whatever the heck they want. Point number one. Point number two, just like I am allowed to not follow the spec whenever I don't want to, they might do the same. So the fact that it is specced doesn't necessarily mean that all the browsers will want to implement it the same way. Some browser, I don't know, will decide to be a bitch and do things differently. Keep in mind that you need the doc type HTML thing though to enter HTML5 compatibility, because if you don't, your browser is in quirks mode. HTML quirks mode. In the old days of the web, pages were typically written in two versions, one for Netscape Navigator and one for Microsoft Internet Explorer. When web standards were made at W3C, browsers could not just start using them, as doing so would break most existing sites on the web. Browsers therefore introduced two modes to treat new standards compliant sites differently from old legacy sites. There are now three modes used by the layout engines in browsers: quirks mode, limited quirks mode, and no quirks mode. In quirks mode, layout emulates behavior in Navigator 4 and Internet Explorer 5. This is essential in order to support websites that were built before the widespread adoption of web standards. In no quirks mode, the behavior is hopefully the desired behavior described by the modern HTML and CSS specifications. In limited quirks mode, there are only a very small number of quirks implemented. So add also that to the pile of things to think about. So is that okay in HTML5? Well, as for it being okay or not, I have to be honest, I haven't read exactly if this is fully okay or not, but in any case, there is a well-defined recovery strategy. Like this has a specific, defined way of being interpreted. Same for for example, this one, adding a training slash. Is this valid HTML? No, because there are no self-closing tags in HTML. So it's not exactly correct. But the spec says that if you find this, then you should ignore the slash. So it is not correct HTML, but the way it's handled, it is defined by the spec. Okay. Okay, so I successfully merged the two states in my thing. Okay, now I need to find the correct location here. Let's see if I can search easily quickly, otherwise I will move to something else. After doc type. Oh, nice. So we are in doc type public identifier double quoted, doc type public identifier single quoted. So we're kind of doing both at once. So I'm gonna copy both definitions and paste them one next to the other. There we go. No field name doc type public identifier single. Doc type public identifier single. Wait, is this a typo thing that I made? Oh yeah. Okay, there we go. So we kind of merged the two states into one because they are all the same except in this case. So this is fine. Okay, what's next? Stupid doc type, man. So we did these two. Now we're in after doc type public identifier state. After doc type public identifier state. That one doesn't exist, does it? Okay. Copy link. So yeah. Oops, you know what? I should start putting this stuff directly into the curlies, not outside. Okay, let's copy over some code so that we can get started. No, I guess I want it below. Okay, EOF. Let's start with EOF, since it's what we start with. This is an EOF in doc type parse error. Set the current doc type token's force quirks flag to on. Yep. Emit the current doc type token. Emit an end file token. Okay. So this is good. Then, oh, we have the space stuff. Have some space stuff somewhere else to copy from. Yeah, let's copy this space stuff. Let's see. Tab. New line. Form feed. Space. Switch to the between doc type, public, and system identifiers. What a name. Okay, oof, we did this. This one was random code that I copied. I don't know if it will apply or not. We have quotation mark and apostrophe. Then switch to the doc type system identifier double quoted state. Doc type system identifier single quoted state. Okay, so this will need to be two separate things. Okay. My god. So apparently you can put both things one after the other. So it's like public and system are not mutually exclusive. You can use both. What a mess. Set the current doc type token system identifier to the empty string, then switch to the doc type system identifier double quoted state. Okay, and that's kind of how we do it below also. Apostrophe. This is missing white space between doc type and parse error. Set the current doc type token system identifier to the empty string and switch to the doc type system identifier single. Okay. What else? Greater than sign and anything else. This is a missing quote. I suspect we're gonna have to copy this once more. So this is a missing quote before doc type system identifier. Secondary doc types going force quirks flag on, reconsuming the bogus doc type state. Okay, so things are going to be different here. So var tag equals state tag dot force quirks equals true. Reconsume. We rewind our index and self.state equals bogus doc type and actually this can go on a single line. Okay, Switch to the data state. Emit the current doc type token. Okay. So this is done. Nothing name. After doc type public identifier. Yeah. Oh, yes, this should go maybe here. Yeah. And now we have to do the system. Oh, you know what? I think this should go here then maybe. So now I have to implement a bunch of this stuff also for system. Jesus Christ. Okay. What other errors do we have? Nothing. Okay, there's a... we invented a bunch of new errors. What was this? White space after. Missing quote. Also missing and. Where should it go? Here, I think it should go. Actually, no, it should go here. Okay, next error. Missing white space between. My god. Yeah, so we're missing. We don't have between doc type and public system identifier. Is that the next one? Yes. So this is the next state that we need to implement. After doc type public identifier. Okay. Okay, so this is the stuff that we have to implement. Let's copy some from below. Oh, you know what? I said that I want this below. Okay, let's do the EOF first. This is an EOF in doc type error. Set the current doc type Force quirks to on, emit a current doc type token, emit an end of file token. Okay, so that's exactly what we were doing before. Then ignore the character. So tabulation, yes. New line, yes. Form feed, yes. Space, yes. Ignore the character. And ignore we will. Yeah, Gorb, have a nice day. Thank you for stopping by. Okay, greater than sign. Let's do it. Quotation mark. Set the current doc type token system identifier to the empty string, then switch to the doc type system identifier. Oh, it's the same freaking thing. Oh my god. Okay. Oof. You know what? Maybe I can copy some of these from somewhere. This is also missing white space stuff. Where is it? Oh no, I lost it. No, these are not errors. Oh man. Okay, it's minor. Yeah, something like this. Missing. This is the error. And then reconsuming the bogus doc type state. But that also means that we need to change this to be +1 and this to be IDX, since we have already rewinded here. Okay. Okay. Woo. So this is done. I think there's more to do. My friend, what setup is this? I don't know, man. I'm on Mac. I have Helix and a bunch of terminals open. That's my setup. Nothing particularly crazy with it. Okay, so wait, we're two. Wait, haven't I implemented these two guys already? I think I have. So now we were doing between public and system identifiers. Okay, what's after that? After doc type system keyword state. After doc type system keyword state. Okay. So this we did implement. Hey, egoist. Before doc type system identifier. Before system identifier double. No, wait. Doc type system identifier. Before doc type system identifier. Jesus Christ. Okay. So what's after this one? Before doc type system identifier state. So before doc type system identifier, okay. Whew. Let's add some boilerplate just to see how we're doing, and then let's copy over this guy. Okay. So we have the spaces stuff. Where can we copy space stuff? Let's see. Okay. Tab, line feed, form feed, space. Ignore the character. Okay. Quotation mark. Send the current doc type token system identifier, blah, blah, blah. Switch to the doc type system identifier double quoted state. Single quoted. Greater sign, EOF. Let's do the EOF. This is an EOF in doc type parse error. Set the current doc type tokens, blah, blah, blah. Emit the current doc type token. Emit an end file token. I think we can copy this from one of the EOF scan that return errors. Yeah. Okay. So this is okay. This is okay. Oh, below. Although these are all errors in this case. Oh. Force quirks set to true. Emit the current doc type token. Yeah. Okay, so this is okay. So this is a missing quote. Reconsume also. Okay. So this is implemented. Now we need to do the quotation stuff. Set the current doc type token system identifier to the empty string, then switch to the doc type system identifier double quoted, single quoted. Okay. So same stuff for both. Pretty much. There we go. Okay. Whew. So I guess now we're looking at these guys. Yeah, double single. Well, oh, I think we are almost done, man. Finally. After doc type system identifier state. Okay, I think we're almost there. 3 states remaining. Are these things the same? Yeah, these things are the same. So I'm gonna merge these two guys. I'm gonna copy the entire body of the previous implementation. Because I think that we might even be able to use it verbatim. Or almost verbatim. Let's see what happens. Okay, so quotation mark. So quotation mark for this guy, single quotation mark. They both go to the after doc type system identifier state. Now, this is an unexpected non-character error. That's exactly the same. Greater than abrupt doc type system identifier. Yeah, okay, so we did it. So we implemented both these things. Okay, that leaves after doc type system identifier. I think that after we implement this, we can round up all the build errors and build successfully. Okay, let's get some structure running. I think we can even get this. Okay. Okay, let's copy the space one. Oh, I forgot. You're right. I forgot. Oh no. Ron, let's see. I created a website dedicated to Zig, showcasing all the different libraries available for it. I would love to get your feedback. Zig is 3.dev. So there has been some previous attempts at the same general idea. Yeah. I mean, honestly, I don't have much to say. Let's see. Is that a link to GitHub directly? To package? No? Yes? Oh no. Okay, it's a local page. I guess with the README. So there has been previous attempts before of this is nice, I guess. Sorry, I don't have a strong opinion. Like, on one hand, I understand the interest in having a centralized place where you can find packages. On the other hand, you know, it's the reality is that you will always have a partial view. So okay, let me put it this way. I do think the package indexes can be interesting, but in my opinion, you need to provide something more than what GitHub provides for them to be worth the effort of maintaining them, right? Because the thing is, people will make packages, they will not necessarily automatically add their stuff to your system. So there's some extra work that somebody will have to do. Again, maybe let's say that you become popular, and so maybe people will know that your package index exists, and then they will more willingly decide to put the stuff that they make on your thing. Fine. But still, like, you have there's costs, right, associated with running this system in terms of, well, literal money and annoyance. And then the question is, are you adding enough value on top of what you get by just searching GitHub to justify, I mean, to yourself, the effort of building this? Because again, there have been other attempts and people just lost interest because they had some work to do, and then they didn't get from it all the all that value. Let me think of an example. So I think Astrolabe was one. I don't remember if Matthew made a website. Okay, so for example, Matthew did this midnight, and website doesn't work anymore. Zig 3 works by auto searching GitHub for the Zig package topic. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. So that means less effort, but it also means less curation, right? So again, the question is then, what are you adding on top of GitHub that makes it worth doing something extra? And again, this is not a judgment that I'm making like I need to agree with this. The point is, I've seen other examples and people just lost interest. Can anybody remember the other ones? There was another one. So Astrolabe was one and got discontinued. There was something like Zig packages. Oh, Aquila, right? From Megan, right? So there's Aquila from Megan. Although I believe that Megan is going for something different, right? Because the idea is that you don't only have the package, but you also have other stuff. I believe that she's working on CI and stuff. Yeah, I believe that Felix has one as well. I just don't remember what it is. Zig PM, Zig packages.pm. I don't remember. So I guess that's the only thing to keep in mind. Honestly, I am personally I'm on Zig.pm. Oh yeah. So I was close. Okay. Oh man, he has the ultimate chat domain for this stuff, huh? So, yeah, I guess there's a bit of redundant effort there. And so ultimately, here's what I think. I feel like that unless you're adding something more on top of what searching GitHub gives you or searching Google, it might not be worth the effort. That's also what I've observed empirically. Like I've observed people attempt these things and then lose interest after a while. So from my perspective, what I would imagine could make it worth building a website of this kind is if you really have some added value. So for example, here's one example. Maybe you have a package index that is fully dedicated to game dev, and you only list their packages are good enough for a game dev environment or for embedded stuff, where you have limited resources, cannot assume that there's a heap. Well, that's for embedded. But in both cases, you have limited resources. So that could be one. Or in general, I guess the point is that you would be able to add a form of curation on top of just listing packages. But unless you have a reason to add like curation on top, and probably also you would have to figure out a business model to justify the work of curating stuff. Unless you do that, I feel it's not easy to, convince people to use your thing, and in general have it be interesting enough for you yourself to want to continue the work after a while. Because you make something new and then you're excited in the beginning, but then after a while, unless you have people being actively interested, it's normal to lose interest. So I don't know. I wish everybody is the best of luck. But for example, when I need a Zig package, I never visit any of these sites. Like I knew that they existed, but I never used them. But that said, things may change in the future. So I don't know. I'm just relaying what my usage pattern is nowadays. Okay, let's continue the HTML work. Greater than sign. This should the data state and meet the current thing. Guess we can copy this, although the behavior will have to be slightly different. So no force quirks. We set the end of these guys. And we just emit the current token. There you go. Oh, whoops. Oh, this is fine. It's down here. Let's see. Unexpected character. Reconsuming the bogus doc type state. Oh, wait. So this is different. So there's no defer tag. We don't first quirks anything. Actually, don't change anything here. Okay, and then we have EOF, which we do here. Which is an EOF in doc type error for us, so we can copy it from here. So EOF in doc type error, set the current doc type tokens, force quirks flag to on, emit the current doc type token, emit an end of file token. Okay. In JBeta, we don't have any package manager. Currently, people post stuff in the showcase channel on Discord, but in the future, people will probably create multiple package managers for Jai, which will probably be not so good. Honestly, I don't know any good solution to this. I think in our case, well, in the case of Zig, there is an official package manager. And, you know, Jonathan Blow will have probably extreme and weird ideas about this, but it makes sense for the language itself to provide a standardized tool for adding dependencies. What we don't have in Zig is a package index. So you can have a package, you can have nothing. That works, I guess. You can have a package manager, but no package index. Or you can have a package manager and also an official package index. In our case, we have the package manager, but not the package index. So in any case, I think that, I don't know. Again, Jonathan will think whatever he will want to think, but I do think that the best solution is probably to have an official package manager so that, you know, you have a standardized, decent solution, and that's it. It seems like YouTube is 5 minutes behind. Jesus. I don't know. On my end, it's not saying anything interesting. It's saying that I dropped a bunch of frames towards YouTube, and that's that sucks. But yeah, John will not make an official package manager, that's for sure. I see. But you see, here's my point though. If you make an official package manager, that's how can I say, you can get more utility from an official package manager than an official package index. Because without an official package manager, so without having an install tool to install and wire in dependencies, then people will come up with conflicting solutions, and then either your package works with only some of those and not all of them, or you have to add, you know, multiple config files to support all the different package managers. It's kind of complicated. But if you don't have the package index, it's not as bad, because not having the package index, but still having one standardized package manager, just means that people will host packages wherever it's convenient. And like there's precedent for this, by the way. Go and other languages put stuff wherever they want. He provided Jay with a way to how to provide missing modules so you can easily implement import from GitHub solutions where to go. Well, but the problem is not just how to fetch one package, right? The problem is also how can another package declare its dependencies. I guess the other package could in turn have the same build time macro, quote unquote. I'm vaguely familiar with the fact that in Java you can do a lot of stuff at comp time. I don't know all the details, but yeah, I guess then you could have a chain in that sense. But then how you do dependency resolution? Like, I feel like that what you describe alone might not be enough, because even if any project knows how to download its dependencies, you still have project-wide settings that you kind of want to coordinate on. And so, metaprogram stuff. But still, I think that these things will have to like, you will still need a standardized way of sharing dependencies between things. So, I don't know. Let's see what people are saying on YouTube. Hey, Ali Reza. Is there any plan to support interfaces in Zig? I really hate the way abstraction layers work in Zig currently. Too much work to create an interface. When you ask for an interface, a question is, do you want a runtime interface or do you want a comp time interface? So, and those are different use cases. Comp time, maybe. I would say it's a maybe. One thing that you can do right now is just embrace duck typing. And you can also add some checks at the beginning of your functions. I think that there are also some pre-written libraries that help you narrow down the interface of something. But it's a hairy subject. So I would say that having support for comp time interfaces is not off the table. For runtime interfaces, it's not off the table either. But I feel like comp time interfaces are more probable than runtime interfaces. But in any case, this is going to be something that if it comes, it will come later on. And the moment it comes, man, will people go bonkers with factories and stuff. Did you say a Jai project can download deps from the internet at compile time? Two-step. Are you not familiar? You can even play a game at compile time. Can anybody remind me what in which talk Jonathan presented that? That doesn't sound like a security problem. Man, I don't remember where he demoed this, but at some point he was demoing playing a game while building. Okay, I'm sorry, I don't remember which talk it was, but he demoed it even in some talk at some point. Yeah. I think the biggest problem is that you will have people put weird stuff. So I suspect that at a practical level, allowing you to do that kind of stuff. So here's what Zig does. Zig has comp time metaprogramming, but there are some clear rules around it and like things that you are not allowed to do. And then you have, before that, you have like, let's say build time, as in you have your build script with all the build steps. And so if you want to do something complicated and weird, it's a build step. It's not some code inside comp time. So personally, I suspect that the worst that will come out of Jai's extra powerful comp time is that people will have part of comp time. Again, I'm gonna call it comp time because that's what we call it in Zig. They will have basically meta programs that will do, I don't know, they will custom do weird things because as part of the build system that occasionally you might enjoy having more formalized as a build step in a build process, in a build pipeline, instead of a random step in a meta program. I don't know. I'm not a J programmer. I don't have access to it. I can only speak from a vague perception that I got from, I don't know, watching the guy occasionally stream some work on it. I'm currently using Git submodules as a package manager for Jai. It's working great, but you're locked to one source control, etc. Yeah. Honestly, I even hate submodules. Before Zig had its own package manager implementation, I would just vendor stuff, like straight up copy paste the source code in my repo. I hate the interface of Git submodules. I find it sucks way too much. Oh, you remember the comp time game meme? Yeah. So there's no limits to what Jai allows you to do at comp time. Okay, how were we doing here? Emit current token, emit current file token. Did we do all of it? I think we did all of it. We only need to add this to the list of things we care about. Okay, I think we did it. I think we implemented all of this horrible bullshit, man. Okay, give me the diagnostics. Okay, more weirdly named errors. Missing quote. Missing white space after. Man, all these weird errors, man. Oh no. I want to do this. Oh, there's an extra comma. Wait, really? No build errors? Holy shit. Ron, thanks a lot, Christoph. Point taken. Well, by the way, I'm sorry. I don't want to sound I don't want to sound like it's a bad idea. The reality is that I genuinely do not know. What I can share is just that I've seen other people attempt it, and I've also seen their projects at some point kind of get stuck because they did something that is kind of nice, but then people just don't super use it. That said, you know what? You come at a time where now people are writing more libraries. Those other attempts were made before the package manager, and maybe that's one reason why people didn't pay much attention. So there might be things that I don't think about that might be a reason for you to have success. That said, if you care about this project and you really want to see it succeed, I would spend some time thinking of what it is that would make people want to use your thing instead of just searching Google or GitHub. Because you have to fight against laziness. You have to fight against that laziness. And so it's not enough to be a little bit better, right? Because a little bit better, usually it's not enough to get people to switch to something else. It has to be better enough to justify that switch. Better enough to justify the cognitive overload of thinking of a different solution. So I don't know. That's it. I've kind of gotten tired of package managers after enough JS/Rust code bases. Maybe having it too easy to add dependencies isn't great. I think that I don't buy into any argument that says that there's something to gain by not having dependencies. I don't buy it, because ultimately it boils down to you. You can choose to have a dependency or not. And if you say, oh well, you know what, I would like that dependency, but then you look at that dependency and that dependency has 20 dependencies of its own, and then you say, well, then now it's bad, I don't want it anymore. I mean, how can I say? It's a cultural thing. It's like it's on you if you want to use certain dependencies or not, and there will always be somebody who uses too many dependencies for your taste. So ultimately, if the package manager exists, how can I say? It's not going to make your dependencies worse, because the dependencies that were going to not be great, I promise you they were. The dependencies that are not great, I can promise you were not going to be great, even if there was no package manager. And so you always have the option of opting out and doing things yourself. So, for example, in my system here, I started this work for my static site generator, and if you look at my dependencies, I have a bunch of dependencies. Some are mine, some come from the outside. But for example, one dependencies that I have right now in my templating system is three-seater. Oh, you know what? I could have just gone there directly. So right now, I depend on three-seater. So I started this project by depending on three-seater, and now I'm working on my statistics on an HTML parser myself, so that I can kick out three-seater as a dependency. So ultimately, it's a choice that I'm making. So I believe strongly that if your point is, man, I would occasionally want to use a dependency, but then those dependencies are bad, I am confident that those dependencies would be just as bad, even if there was no package manager. And so the choice of, do I use a dependency that isn't the perfect fit for my use case because it has too many dependencies, because it allocates memory in a way they don't want, I don't know, or I make it myself and I make it perfect for my use case, that choice is always going to be there. And having a package manager, in my opinion, doesn't change that equation. Maybe what the package manager can do, like maybe you could argue that the package manager makes more generic bad packages spawn. Fine. Okay, but that doesn't change your position, right? Whether there are 5 or 10 or 50 or 50 potential dependencies that are not good for you, ultimately it doesn't change much, right? Because it's not like that of those 50, had there not being a package manager, then 25 of them would be good. No, I don't think that would be the case. So honestly, I think that there's only to gain from a package manager, and there's nothing to lose. The only thing that you, in a sense, quote unquote, you lose is that there will be more low quality libraries that potentially will be used by more people. But that isn't necessarily your problem. And I would say that, you know, storage is cheap enough that if somebody's bad package exists, it's not the end of the world. You can still avoid it if you want. And last consideration, you know, not everybody is born knowing how to do things well. I certainly wasn't. So, you know, giving people a chance to do things, you know, not perfectly right off the bat and giving them an opportunity to improve might eventually lead to them, you know, that maybe somebody's young, makes a shitty library, and then over time they make something better. So I don't know. I feel like there's really nothing to gain by not having a package manager. It's just it's just a philosophical thing. It's maybe you're making a statement, but other than making a statement, you're like, mechanically, you're not doing anything good for your users. Like zero. Will there ever be warnings in the Z compiler or just errors? I think there will never be errors. Sorry, I think there will never be warnings. Only errors, yes. Zing is kind of trying to move away from the idea that from the idea that you could have these messages that you can ignore. That said, you can have warnings from other things that isn't the compiler. So I believe that you can get warnings from the build system, and you can get warnings from well, I believe that you can get warnings from the build system. Let's just start with that. But the compiler, as far as I know, it will always error out. I mean, it does suck when you have, you know, a C++ project where there's this endless pile of warnings, and that's it. And you keep collecting warnings, and so as time goes on, as people depend on more C++ code, C++ code, the warnings just keep piling on, and you're supposed to ignore it. Warnings are in lib, so you can't fix them. That's not true. Andrew, that's not true. You can totally fix them. You fork the goddamn lib and you fix it there. You can, if you want to. No, I'm joking. But I get your point. Yes, you're using C++ and you have all these warnings, but you didn't introduce them. They're from a library and it sucks, and you kind of leave them. But yeah. That said, in Zig, if something like this happens, right, if you get like a quote-unquote warning that would turn into an error in Zig, then yeah, the idea is that in Zig you are expected to fork the lib and implement it yourself. Something like Zig Clippy. Oh, I don't think that's gonna be an official tool, but that's something that could totally be implemented. I think that something similar already exists. I think the Megan made a linter. I don't know what it checks for, but I think there's an attempt from her. Yeah, and you know, going forward, a tool like that could also maybe ask questions to the compiler and get, like, you know, LSP style information about the types, the existing types, and maybe they could also provide you linting with those. I don't know, for example, you know, turns out that there's a struct that weighs 64 kilobytes, and you decided 64 kilobytes worth of struct are a little bit too much, and so you can put that as a rule in your linter and like catch when stuff like that happens. I don't know. Adding license filtering to search would be a nice value add. Search only permissively licensed projects. Totally random example. Yeah. Can you not do that with GitHub? Because GitHub has semantic knowledge of which library or which license you have, right? Do they not allow you to filter for that? You know what? I would be not surprised if they didn't allow you to filter for that. Man, GitHub search is a freaking mess. I think you can search specific licenses, but not categories. Oh. Okay. Well, okay, that's one interesting example. Okay, so as I was saying, I'm weirded out that we actually compile that easily. I'm really weirded out. But apparently we do. Okay, let's see if we fucked up the entire system or not. Missing end tag. Unexpected solidus in tag. This is an off by one error. Unexpected solidus in tag should point at the solidus. So let's go fix it. So unexpected solidus in tags, yeah. You see, oh no, wait, this is already doing the right math here. Is it somewhere else? Oh no, we're only doing here. What the heck is going on here, man? Why is this not pointing at the right thing? God damn it. Oh no, I think I get it. I think it makes sense. Okay, let's see. There we go. Unexpected solidus in tag points at the right location. Missing end tag in body. Okay. So, we haven't messed it up terribly. Well, good job. So now we parse the doc type tag with all the garbage, invalid sequence character after doc type name. So system. Invalid character after doc type name. Public. Oh, there we go. Abrat. So it's funny. I don't remember what you were supposed to put there. So I'm learning what to put there by inspecting parser errors. Abrupt doc type public identifier. Missing white space after doc type public keyword. Missing quote before. What if it's a double quote that I put wrongly? Oh, it still poops itself. Okay. Okay, so apparently this is how this stuff is supposed to be structured. Who knew? So it seems that we're doing fine. So apparently it's system also. Missing quote before doc type public identifier. I don't know, man. Okay, so we parse. We are parsing. We're parsing the doc type. There was a ton of work for one stupid tag for especially for syntax that nobody uses, but fine, we have it. Well, not nobody, some people do, I guess. But it's not, I don't know, like modern to put stuff there. But we have that. We have that. So now we have to do style, script, C data. I know of these three. So these are like the three categories of stuff that we need to learn how to parse or to tokenize. And I don't know. And then after that, more work still. And after that, more work still. But we're getting there. We are getting there. Bit by bit. So let me take a quick look at the spec. So yeah, we're missing all the C data stuff. So let's see, C data section bracket, C data section end, character reference state. Oh, name character reference state. Okay, so there's the character reference stuff. Ambiguous ampersand state, numeric character reference state, hexadecimal character reference start state. Okay, so there's the character stuff. Oh, and then we go into tree construction. This is good. This is good. So these are not a ton of states to worry about, but there's more up before these guys that I haven't done. I have also, there's other states that I've implemented that I need to double check for compliance. But let's see. Oh, let's look at this. Script this, script that. God damn it. So script is missing. Raw text is missing. RC data is missing. Not that much though. Holy shit, it's not that much. I can almost see the light at the end of the HTML tunnel. We don't have that much work remaining, so we're in pretty good shape with regards to tokenization. I would say we are in pretty good shape. Yeah. We are in pretty good shape. And honestly, after we have implemented all this stuff, then the LSP can be shipped. Like a first version of the LSP can be shipped. Is this HTML parser using any of those resilient techniques like we did in Ziggy LSP? Oh, yay, two-step. Yeah, that is a good question. So the answer is no. Okay, you know what? Since you're here, I'll give you a quick overview of all the weird stuff in this project. So the thing that I was working on right now that looks like a parser, it's actually a tokenizer. The HTML spec tells you that, let me read a couple pieces from the HTML spec. So here it tells you that like the tokenizer has a state, it consumes bytes. Sometimes it asks you to like reconsume them. So like you basically you change state and reconsume the same byte, so you don't, you know, go forward. Or switches it to a new state to consume the next character, or stays in the same state to consume blah blah blah. Okay, so check this out. After that part, when a token is emitted, it must immediately be handled by the tree construction stage. The tree construction stage can affect the state of the tokenization stage. So, according to what's written here, you write the tokenizer. As you emit tokens, you give tokens to the parser, and the parser returns you a value that can, like, it can return you like an instruction to change the state of the tokenizer, which is kind of funny. Usually, you don't think the tokenizer has something like this. And by the way, the tokenizer here keeps state across tokens, so it's not stateless, it's stateful across tokens. This thing was super weird when I first saw it, but now that I've been working on it for a while, I understand it. So basically, I've heard the HTML tokenizer is much more dynamic than a standard tokenizer. Yes, I can give you like a good explanation on why that is. The core point is this. The tokenization rules in an HTML file change based on the context. For example, if you are in the data state, which is empty file, like the beginning of a file or inside the body of an element, for example, in that stage, finding a lower than sign immediately gets interpreted as attempting to open a tag. But for example, if you're inside the body of a script tag, so like you're in the body of a script tag goes JavaScript, then if you find a lower than sign in there, you're not going to immediately assume that it's the start of a tag, because lower than sign can be used by JavaScript to say lower than. Or similarly, the symbol, the character can also be used in CSS. So the parsing rules, the tokenization rules inside of a script tag or a style tag are different than outside. And similarly, these rules change also based on other places that you are in the parsing, in tokenization process. So this is why it's like this. Like the rules change a lot. And my guess is that I haven't implemented this yet because I haven't yet encountered where this would be necessary, what's being described here. And also, I think that might not be relevant for me, but what I suspect is that this idea that you need to feed a token to the parser and then the parser can change the state of your tokenizer is for situations where the tokenizer, where the parser basically, by reasoning about its AST state, tells you that you're actually in a different context than what you think you are, because a context which has been rejected. So, for example, I don't know. I'm totally making this up. Complete false. Like this situation is not realistic, but there might be something like, let's imagine that you cannot put script tags inside of a p tag. So in that case, if you find a script tag, you emit the script tag open token, which normally would switch you to the script body state of the tokenizer. But then the AST says, no, since you cannot open a script tag inside a p element, then we're not gonna accept it as such, and so we're gonna stick to the previous tokenization state. That kind of idea. Again, what I just said, I believe it's not true. I believe you can put script tags in P, but you get the idea, I guess. Yeah, that kind of tokenizer makes sense since HTML can have embedded languages. Yeah, that's kind of the idea. Okay. About the LSP stuff. So long story short, basically this parser, as they tell you to implement it, has built-in fallbacks. So every time it encounters an error, the spec has, this is an error, here's how you continue. Like, this is an unexpected null character parse error. Append this character to the current tag's name. This is not a good error. Let me see another one. Let me see if we can find another more interesting example of this. Attribute name state, for example. So we are in an attribute name and we find a less than sign. So this is an unexpected character in attribute name parse error, treated as per the anything else entry below. Append a current character, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so this is not a great example either. But in general, long story short, every time it tells you that something is an error, it also tells you whether you want to consume or reject the character, and then which state to move towards next. So long story short, it's already pretty resilient by default. Yes, the spec includes all recovery rules. Yes, both for the tokenizer and the parser. And what I'm doing is I'm following fairly closely the tokenization recovery rules, but I'm not following the AST recovery rules, because the AST recovery rules are designed to allow you to accept things like, for example, it has instructions on what to do in this case. So like, you see, you open a B, you open an I, then you close the B, and only then you close the I. There's like a recovery rules on how to detect this situation and kind of, untwist this thing, but I don't want to. In my case, I'm happy to mark this as an error. Like I'm happy to complain that you never close this eye, and this eye closes an eye that doesn't exist, because it's outside the B. So so this is where I'm at right now. As of now, everything seems fine in that regard. It's kind of mind-bending because, you know, makes me think about yeah, it's a more strict parser. Yeah. So for example, actually in HTML you're allowed to like not close tags and leave them open, and basically have them be closed implicitly. So let me remove this shit here and leave them closed implicitly whenever you know, the parent closes. But I'm gonna make that an error because this is you're writing the HTML, right? You shouldn't be writing shit HTML. So that's kind of where I'm at. And I'm apparently not that far from a first release. Holy shit. So I guess I'm gonna complete the giga boring. Oh no, wait a second, what happened? Oh. Guess who forgot? Guess who forgot to print also the rest of this shit in the renderer? Okay, I need to make the renderer print also that other garbage up there. Will you recover parsing to report multiple errors? Oh yeah, what do you mean will? Check this out. Check this out, man. It already works. It already works beautifully. So yeah, actually there's a couple more things I haven't implemented. So yeah, absolutely. Look, this is gonna be good. Okay, I know that you're used to see me work on stuff that it's kind of okay a little bit by bit. Maybe one day will be good. No. This thing is gonna be good right off the bat. So it totally works. I can tell you what it's missing. Check this out. It's not complaining that this is a duplicate attribute, but it's coming. It's freaking coming. So I have to finish first tokenizing everything, etc., and then I'm gonna add all these other errors. So long story short, there's some error handling that is missing, or rather error reporting, error detecting that is missing. But it's just a matter of doing the work, and it's not that hard. Like all the basics are there and on point. So actually, okay, I don't want to be too optimistic, but it seems like in a few days this thing should be ready for a first release, and you can have a decent HTML LSP in your editor if you're writing HTML. So yeah. So let's see, is anybody else streaming? Let me see who else is alive, because I'm calling it a day. SQL embedded in OCaml. ASMR programming, no talking. Will it also provide snippets? So, okay, you know what? I'm not writing anybody. I'm answering this question and then calling it a day. So, I want personally to get to the LSP up to a point that is good enough, has all the basics implemented, and then move on. And I think that I personally will want to move away from working on the LSP before implementing snippets. But there is literally nothing preventing a contributor from implementing that stuff. And it's like, it's going to be super contributor friendly because the LSP server boilerplate is implemented. You will have the AST, all the logic has already been implemented. It's just a matter of doing the work of providing snippets. Here's another one that would be nice, like definitions. Like we could add definitions of, you know, elements, like have a div element. That could totally be done. I think I will not do it myself right away. So either a contributor steps up and does it, or, you know, maybe I will get back to it eventually at some point. but I want to move forward to my templating language. But it should be super easy to do. I started using Ghosty this past week. Let's go. So good. Passing 500 kilobytes of text into the terminal. Go brr. Nice. Well, everybody, take care. I hope you had fun. I hope you learned something, I guess, about HTML. But this is it. So I think I'll continue tomorrow. And I don't want to be too optimistic, but it might be that tomorrow we complete the freaking HTML spec for the tokenizer. And we don't have to look at it ever again. How cool that would be. How cool. So, see you all. Bye.